Chapter 1656. Hell Realm. Molten Lava Purgatory. Yu Shinin used an unimaginably domineering power to drag the ferocious talisman beast into the bottom of the lava. The instant the gravity hell changed, causing Chu Hen to lose his connection with the talisman beast, it also dragged Chu Hen's Nirvana demon spirit to the ground. Thump! The mountain-like Nirvana demon spirit landed on the ground. The dim, yellow barren mountain range seemed to contain an invisible gravitational force that bound it to the ground. The expressions of the spectators changed again and again. They were shocked and shocked. Dual domain space? No, it's multiple. What? Before everyone could recover from their shock, the temperature in the dim, yellow land suddenly plummeted. A bone-piercing chill invaded the depths of everyone's souls without any warning. Hell Realm, Ice Purgatory. Yu Shinin's imposing aura seemed to originate from the ruler of the netherworld. Winter was approaching. Wind and snow gathered. In an instant, the dim yellow barren land in front of them transformed into a world of ice and snow. In the vast canyon competition area, numerous icebergs stood erect and snowy rivers intersected. Snow flew through the sky, turning the world white. An extremely cold power quickly surged towards the Nirvana demon spirit. Under the shocked gazes of the spectators, a thick layer of ice quickly climbed up the Nirvana demon spirit's body. Crack! The ice crystals condensed extremely quickly. Moreover, the freezing power was extremely strong. The purple flames burning around the Nirvana demon spirit were extinguished at a visible rate. The Nirvana demon spirit, which had already been suppressed by gravity, was once again suppressed by a layer of domain. In just a few blinks of an eye, the area below the Nirvana demon spirit's chest was completely sealed. Even the power of the bloodline boundary has been frozen? Yan Hanyu was extremely shocked. This guy. Chun Jingfeng clenched his fists. The Chaos Holy Clan Sun Yuan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "What a terrifying guy." On the Divine I Holy Clan's side, Bai Qinyu frowned slightly. A strange light faintly appeared in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. A thick layer of ice froze the Nirvana demon spirit's body. Even the arm that held the formless emperor blade was eroded by the cold ice, making it difficult for it to move. Purgatory Dao. It was an extremely powerful domain space. Under Yu Shinin's control, he could make 3 transformations at will. Everyone from the demonic I Saint clan stood up at the same time, their eyes filled with fear. Brother Chu Hen, Yi Yao, Qiao Shaowan, Long Qingyang, and the others were also worried. On Mount Kunliu, the faces of the people from the martial sect were extremely solemn. Very quickly, the area below the Nirvana demon spirit's head was covered by a thick layer of ice. From afar, it looked like a huge and dazzling ice sculpture. Hee Yu Shinin's arrogant and slightly deranged laughter came from the death god beast's throat. "Please forgive me for making you wait for so long. I'll end the battle now." And the battle? Hearing these words, everyone's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. The moment Yu Shinin finished speaking, the death god beast opened its mouth. Buzz, an extremely violent black cyclone rapidly gathered in its mouth. An extremely dense ball of energy quickly took shape, instantly condensing into a black jade sphere. The space around it fluctuated restlessly. An endless stream of energy flowed into the jade sphere. Under countless pairs of trembling gazes, the jade sphere rapidly expanded in size. The energy surging inside it seemed to contain underground magma that had accumulated for millions of years, or the undercurrents of the deep sea that were billions of meters deep. A destructive and threatening aura swept out in all directions. Everyone's gazes moved back and forth between the two. It's really over this time. Yu Shinin is still Yu Shinin, and the Reincarnation Saint Clan is still the Reincarnation Saint Clan. The Nirvana demon spirit, who was being suppressed by the Purgatory Realm's multiple domains, was now no different from a target. Hee. The death god beast let out a long howl and slowly raised its head, displaying its godly might. Beast Tao Dead Soul Jade. Whoosh! The sound of an extremely rapid air current surged out. The black ball of energy, which contained the endless power of the reincarnation beast, shot out in a straight line. The frozen ground cracked, open layer by layer. A huge ravine quickly extended and split open. A thick aura of death rushed towards the Nirvana demon spirit, and the extremely fierce hurricane pressure caused the space around it to distort to the extreme. He's dead. They could already foresee Chu Hen's ending. Not to mention Chu Hen, who was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Even martial emperors of the same level would not be able to withstand Yu Shanin's attack. However, it was also at this critical moment. Bang! A crisp explosion suddenly sounded from the left arm of the Nirvana demon spirit. Roar! A resounding dragon roar pierced through the heavens. A violent purple flame and a black aura actually rose from the Nirvana demon spirit's left arm. Everyone's faces suddenly paled. From afar, one could see that there was an extremely strange dragon-shaped pattern on the Nirvana demon spirit's left arm. The lifelike shadow of a dragon circled around the left arm. It looked like an ancient totem tattoo that was engraved on it. Roar! In an instant, another shocking dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire Grand Canyon competition area. This dragon roar, it displayed a supreme and domineering might. The terrifying aura made everyone's soul tremble. A monstrous black pillar of light blossomed around the Nirvana demon spirit, piercing through the clouds. As the wind and rain arrived, a powerful creature emitting a gloomy aura suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Hua! A majestic, ferocious aura and a ferocious head spat out a scorching, hot dragon breath. Dragon! It was a genuine true dragon. It was not an illusory form, nor was it an illusory afterimage. Its sturdy and sharp-clawed torso was densely packed with black scales. From the dragon's claws to its spine, it was strong and powerful. From the dragon's head to its giant tail, it shone with sharpness. His perfect body was extraordinary, noble, and domineering. His giant vertical eyes revealed a peerless majesty that looked down on the common people. That is, at this moment, even the great emperors on the 10 Directions Emperor's throne platform revealed an unconcealable shock, especially the Dragon Blood Emperor. He could not help but stand up from his seat. His dignified gaze was filled with bewilderment that had never been seen before. Roar! The black dragon soared into the sky, its aura piercing through the heavens. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the black dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws to meet the black energy ball that was rushing towards it. Bang! The earth-shattering explosion was comparable to the collapse of the apocalypse. Once the two collided, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The vast and violent black shockwave was like a primordial tsunami that spread in all directions, rippling out endlessly. The ground of the ice purgatory collapsed inch by inch. The glaciers and mountain pillars were all crushed and overturned. The universe lost its color. The black storm swept towards the spectator seats outside the Grand Canyon competition zone. Energy dispelling array activate. Spirit House Peak Lord Shangguan Wutsa hurriedly shouted. Buzz! In an instant, one after another, almost transparent light, golden curtains rose from the edges of the spectator stands. Bang, bang, bang! The vast and violent shockwave heavily impacted the light screen barrier formed by the energy dispelling array. The barrier shook violently, wantonly dented and distorted. Everyone outside the arena felt their hearts stop beating. Many people subconsciously took a step back. They were afraid that the energy dispelling array would not be able to withstand the impact of the shockwave and leak outside. The violent and terrifying airflow was like a hurricane howling inside the Great Canyon competition area. The Nirvanic demon spirit that Chu Hen had fused with and the death god beast formed by Hidden Universe God were like the war god shaman spirit that controlled this land of destruction. Roar. It was also at this moment that an enormous ferocious being with a savage aura suddenly tore through the layer upon layer of terrifying storms, and then it pressed forward like an enormous boat and charged towards the grim reaper beast with the might of a myriad of storms. What? Everyone below the arena was shocked. It actually broke through Hidden Universe Gods, Beast Tao, Dead Soul Jade. To everyone's surprise, the black dragon's sharp, hook-like claws directly struck the death god beast. Bang! As the bone armor in front of it shattered, the terrifying claws mercilessly stabbed into the death god beast's body. Hiss! Rip! The violent and sharp energy was like a divine beam that tore through the clouds. The death god beast's enormous body was rapidly torn apart. Countless sharp lights interweaved and flickered. The death god beast was like a giant beast whose stomach had been cut open. Then, Hidden Universe God's true body was directly exposed to the black dragon's claws. Hidden Universe God Beast's eyes trembled. Panic and fear finally appeared on his face. Boom! The cold and sharp dragon claws solidly struck Hidden Universe God Beast's body, and the latter was ruthlessly squeezed into the ground. Bang, bang, bang! Layer after layer of the earth continuously collapsed, accompanied by violent airflow that filled the sky and crushed the icy domain in all directions. In an instant, the incomparably cold, icy hell actually collapsed and completely collapsed. It was as if space had collapsed. The black dragon roared at the sky, its power suppressing the 9 heavens. Chapter 16:57. Rumble! The world changed and the earth cracked. The black dragon, which exuded a frightening aura, tore through the entire reincarnation hell. The dreamy and spectacular scene shocked everyone's visual nerves. The frost hell quickly disintegrated. Then the dim gravity hell collapsed rapidly too. Finally, the infernal inferno that was filled with magma also lost its scorching heat waves, and the magma pillars on the ground quickly dried up. The triple domain realm quickly disappeared. The Grand Canyon competition area returned to its original environment. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reverberated. The talisman beast that had been sealed by the hellfire fell to the ground again, kicking up a cloud of dust. The talisman beast's aura was weak. There were a lot of burn wounds on its body. However, it was not life-threatening. The black dragon roared and danced in the sky. Then its huge body quickly became illusory, and it turned into a ball of light that drilled back into the Terminator demon spirit's left arm. A dazzling light shone on the Terminator demon spirit's arm. Under the dazed gaze of the audience, the ball of light then turned into a dragon shadow that was engraved on the Terminator demon spirit's arm and then disappeared. Then the talisman beast turned into a circle of light and disappeared, turning into countless bright light beams that returned to Chu Hen's Naiwan palace. At this moment, not only were the sacred clans shocked, but even the atmosphere on the Emperor's throne platform became a little strange. Is it it? At this moment, the Antiquity Emperor looked to the side and said to the Dragon Blood Emperor who had stood up. Other than the Reincarnation Emperor, the other emperors also looked at the Dragon Blood Emperor meaningfully. The latter did not answer. A pair of metallic pupils faintly became sharp. It can't be right. The Burning Heaven Emperor continued. If it's it, you should be the only one who can summon it. Besides, hasn't it already been? That man. Hearing these words, the Dragon Blood Emperor's emotions fluctuated even more. He paused, slowly loosened his clenched fists, and coldly glanced at the Burning Sky Emperor. I don't need you to remind me. The Burning Heaven Emperor smiled meaningfully. I only noticed that something was wrong with you, so I kindly reminded you. You don't have to treat me this way, do you? Cat, cries Howsy, the Dragon Blood Emperor replied in disdain and sat back down. Meanwhile, the Lightning Emperor, who was sitting on the seat of the demonic Eye Emperor, was clearly out of tune with the atmosphere. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, he didn't have the right to ask. Buzz. The Grand Canyon competition zone had been turned upside down. Thick and chaotic waves of air surged out recklessly. The sinkhole created by the Black Dragon's giant claw was so wide that it took up more than half of the canyon. Countless deep cracks extended all the way to the edge of the arena. If it weren't for the activation of the energy dissipation array's defense mechanism, the spectator stands would have been affected. In the huge pit in the shape of a dragon claw, a young man in ragged clothes and covered in blood was lying in the rubble. That was Yu Shinin. Hiss! Everyone gasped as they stared at the figure in the crater from afar. Shock. It was a shock that made people tremble. Chun Jingfeng, Yan Hanyu, Mo Nanquan, Sun Yuan, and the other geniuses of the strongest sacred clan all widened their eyes. Yu Shinin, who was viewed as an invincible existence, had fallen to such a state. However, even though Yu Shinin was covered in blood, he still stood there and didn't collapse. Ha ha, he laughed. Yu Shinin actually laughed. His slightly sinister laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. He still looked at the Nirvana demon spirit in front of him with an arrogant attitude. You actually forced me to this extent. I, Yu Shinin, am willing to worship you as the strongest of the 10 sacred clans. Yu Shinin's eyes turned scarlet, and his voice became even more deafening, striking everyone's eardrums. But you met me. Heavenly Tao, battle soul return. The heavenly Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The words that entered everyone's ears were like a bolt from the blue that struck the depths of everyone's souls. Buzz, an invisible, majestic aura crushed the entire arena. A vast pressure swept out from Yu Shinin's surroundings. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge shockwave suddenly exploded from behind Chu Hen. Chu Hen, who'd transformed into a Nirvana demon spirit, was shocked. He immediately turned around, but before he could react, a dark shadow slammed into the center of the Nirvana demon spirit's chest. Boom! Bang! A heavy sound exploded in the sky. The sudden, terrifying force was like a meteorite. A circle of chaotic and vast purple light, mixed with endless dazzling light, exploded from within. In that instant, the Nirvana demon spirit, that was like a god of war, actually split into pieces and exploded from within. What? The rapid changes that happened one after another caused the hearts of the people in the audience to suffer great shocks. The demonic Eye Clans group in particular found it a little hard to bear. Big brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao's face was deathly pale. Long Qingyang, Chao Shaowan, Li Wushang, and Bai Qinyu from the Divine Eye Clan couldn't help but clench their fists, their eyes filled with fear. Heavenly law? It's the heavenly law. Yu Shinin, who's only gone through 8 samsara tribulations, can control the power of the heavenly law. Is he a monster? At this moment, everyone was shocked and trembling. Even the great emperors on the 10 Directions Emperor's throne stage found it hard to believe. To be able to comprehend the power of the heavenly law at such a young age, what a monstrous genius. As expected of a genius whose bloodline boundary is comparable to the reincarnation emperors. How enviable! The Star Emperor murmured. The Sky-Scorching Emperor, the Devouring Emperor, and the others also shook their heads. They were truly envious. No sacred clan could find a genius with such a terrifying bloodline like Yu Shinin. One had to know, even in the reincarnation sacred clan, the only one who could control the power of the heavenly law was the reincarnation emperor. Even the other great emperors couldn't pry into the power of the heavenly law. Terrifying, truly terrifying. In time, this Yu Shinin would become another reincarnation emperor. The Nirvana demon's spirit instantly shattered. The dazzling flowing light battle armor cracked inch by inch. Amidst the crystal fragments that filled the sky, Chu Hen's original body was once again exposed to everyone's vision. But in the next second, the figure of light emitting a gloomy aura pierced through the thousands of pieces of armor and heavily smashed into Chu Hen's body. Caught off guard, the explosive attack caused Chu Hen's chest to slightly cave in. His handsome face turned red, and a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out from his mouth. Not good. Everyone was shocked. Chu Hen, who had been hit by the huge force, couldn't help but move backward at an extremely fast speed. Everyone looked over and saw that the thing that had slammed into Chu Hen was an illusory human figure. It had blurry facial features, and the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It's the war soul of an emperor expert. Yen Hanyu of the sky-scorching Saint clan exclaimed. The war soul of an emperor expert? What do you mean? Someone asked in confusion. It's a power that only the power of the heavenly law can control. After some emperors die, the Samsara sage physique can use a strand of their soul to preserve most of their power. What? It's that abnormal? Yes. From a certain perspective, it can preserve that strand of the war soul forever. As the saying goes, those who wield the heavenly law can break free from the 6 paths and control reincarnation. Those who could pry into the heavenly law could break free from the 6 paths and control reincarnation. The Samsara sage physique's power far surpassed everyone's understanding. As expected of the strongest sage physique, the Samsara sage clan is truly fated to have it. Just as everyone was shocked by Yu Shinin's power, Yu Shinin, who was behind Chu Hen, quietly raised his left arm. Buzz, a powerful wave of power gathered in his palm, and a sharp black beam of light quickly formed. Hee, have a safe journey. I won't be sending you off, human Tao, flashing blade. Swish, an aurora swept across the sky, and a black beam of light shot towards Chu Hen's back with a murderous aura. The war soul of an emperor expert unleashed a huge force that continuously pushed Chu Hen towards Yu Shinin. Behind him, the beam of light attacked mercilessly. At this moment, Chu Hen seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. The footsteps of the Grim Reaper. It was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1658. Human Tao, flashing blade. The black beam of light that tore through the sky created a rapid ripple in the air. The battle soul of an Emperor Realm expert erupted with a huge force that pushed Chu Hen towards Yu Shinin. Everyone below the arena could already see the Grim Reaper's scythe slashing towards Chu Hen's throat in an unstoppable manner. Yi Yao, Qiao Shaowan, Long Qingyang, and the others no longer dared to look at what was about to happen. Chu Hen, who was moving at high speed, glanced at the incoming black beam of light from the corner of his eye. His demonic pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. Hiss! In the next moment, a violent and heavy explosion shook the surroundings, and a circle of vast and vigorous black aftermath suddenly swept across the Grand Canyon competition area. Dust rose in all directions, and the desolate ground caved in once again. Everyone's hearts clenched. Everyone's gazes were fixed on one spot. Was it over? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. However, Yu Shinin's eyes turned cold from within the dragon claw-shaped pit. I really can't stop surprises. Whoosh! The extremely powerful aura was like a raging tsunami. Suddenly, everyone's hearts trembled again. What's that? In the world, it was as if an ancient, melodious groan was being chanted. In the air, Chu Hen stood in the air, and behind him, a black-colored figure that was like a demon or god maintained the same posture as him, overlooking the heavens. Whoosh! Everyone's hearts were filled with a shock that they had never felt before. Unconcealable shock filled everyone's faces. What's that? The second type of bloodline boundary? Who exactly is he? The black figure's silhouette was exactly the same as Chu Hen's original body. It attached itself to Chu Hen's back and emitted a terrifying and domineering aura. The super geniuses of the various sacred clans were all shocked. On the Emperor's throne platform, the faces of the great emperors changed slightly. Although they weren't as shocked as the others, their expressions were somewhat thought-provoking. It seems that not only has he inherited the limit of his mother's bloodline, but he has also obtained his father's physique. The great Star Emperor said meaningfully, "It's really exciting. I thought I would never see such a bloodline again." The Burning Heaven Monarch's words also had a hidden meaning. Excited? More accurately, it was palpitating. At this moment, even the Reincarnation Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor's eyes turned cold as he spat out a few words. The Chaos Clan. Hua! His voice was not loud, but when it reached the ears of everyone present, it inexplicably touched them. The people from the Demon Eye Saint clan and the Holy Eye Saint clan in particular had complicated expressions on their faces. The Chaos Clan. This was a special existence. It was also an existence that had once dominated the 10 strongest sacred clans. 10,000 years ago, the Chaos Clan was known as the Divine Clan's glorious era. There was once a man who controlled the 10 great sacred clans and ruled over the territories of the human race. He ruled alone through the ages and shocked the world. Even the Sacred Clan Assembly was held just to find an existence that could replace that man. Don't you think he's alone? At this moment, a surprised voice came from the crowd below the stage. Who? Chu, Ran, Tian, Hua. The commotion continued to grow. All sorts of noises caused chaos, both inside and outside the Great Valley Competition Zone. There was no lack of elders who had seen Chu Rantian in the past amongst the spectators from all 8 races. Perhaps not many of the people present had seen Chu Rantian before. However, many of them had heard of his name. Chu Rantian. At the time, his name was well known. Wait, his surname is also Chu. He has both the Demon Eye, Saint Physique, and the Chaos bloodline. There's no mistake. He must be the child of Chu Rantian and Lijixia. In an instant, the entire Great Valley Competition Zone was turned upside down. Everyone looked at Chu Hen with a complicated expression in their eyes. Without a doubt, he was lucky to have 2 great bloodlines. Both the Demon Eye Saint Physique and the Chaos body carried extremely special inheritances. But at the same time, it was unfortunate for Chu Hen. Due to the changes that had happened to the Demon Eye Saint clan and the Chaos race, he had to bear the most difficult burden and mission. Buzz! The intense spatial vibration tugged at everyone's heartstrings. In the Great Valley Competition Zone, the battle between Chu Hen and Hidden Yushin had yet to end. The appearance of the Heavenly Tao, it stunned the world, and the appearance of the Chaos world was also earth-shattering. Ha 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 ha! Hidden Yushin laughed heartily. Not only did he not feel the slightest fear, but his eyes surged with a strong desire to fight. The limit of the chaotic bloodline is really better than hearing about it. Today, let's see whether your desolate divine body from 10,000 years ago is stronger or my heavenly samsara Tao is stronger, wasted divine physique. When these 4 words entered one's ears, one would feel an indescribable sorrow and sorrow. In the past, the Chaos body had dominated the world and controlled the great Tao. Later on, it was even inferior to ordinary sacred race members. Only Chu Rantian from back then had been stunning for a while, but it was only a flash in the pan. Everyone felt the arrogance and provocation in Hidden Yushin's words. Chu Hen's eyes were as cold as frost. Please forgive me. The reincarnation sacred race will stop here. Rumble. The instant he finished speaking, the black shadow behind Chu Hen suddenly exploded with a huge power that could support the heavens. Under countless shocked gazes, the black shadow immediately transformed into a giant god-fiend that was thousands of meters tall. Storms gathered in the world. Then, Chu Hen joined his palms together. The giant god-fiend behind him also joined its palms together, accompanied by waves of extremely powerful energy ripples. With Chu Hen as the center, strange ancient runes suddenly appeared in all directions in the world. These runes were extremely unique. Each one seemed to be a crack in space. They traced through the void and cut through the ground. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of runes were like black lightning that stopped in the world. They gave off an uneasy aura. This is... The expressions of the great emperors on the 10 emperors' throne platforms changed slightly. At the same time, Hidden Yushin shouted coldly, "Heavenly Tao, awaken!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor's stage fighting soul flashed behind Yusheniing and turned into a resplendent light that fused into his body. "It's a war soul fusion," someone exclaimed. "If that's the case, Yu Shining's condition will return to full health." Rumble, Hidden Yushin, who had fused with the war soul of an Emperor expert, once again erupted with the majestic aura of his peak state. "Beast Tao, dead beast void." Bang! In an instant, an extremely powerful and surging wave of air rippled out. Hidden Yushin's body emitted a dark curtain of light. Sharp forelimbs, sturdy hind legs, and a dozen or so giant tails that looked like chains quickly extended out of the curtain of light. Hidden Yushin's body once again grew to a size of 10,000 meters. Giant skeletons also condensed around his body. Hidden Yushin's bone armor extended out. The terrifying death god beast once again appeared in everyone's field of vision in its peak state. Reincarnation. These two words seemed to perfectly describe the current situation. Chu Hen had forced Hidden Yushin to this state with great difficulty. Then, with the power of the heavenly Tao of reincarnation, everything that he had done previously seemed to have become useless. "Ha!" Hidden Yushin let out a shrill cry. He leapt into the air and unleashed an extremely powerful attack towards Chu Hen in the sky. "I am the heavenly Tao. Who can stop me?" Fierce hurricanes howled in all directions. A boundless pressure fell towards Chu Hen. However, at the same time, Chu Hen's eyes flickered with an extraordinary cold light. He raised his palms and an unparalleled aura that covered the sky leaked out. 3,000 great Taos, I rule the heavens. Scripture of the great Tao. As he spoke, an unprecedentedly violent and terrifying ripple of energy began to sweep out in all directions. Instantly, the sky above the great valley collapsed and space began to tear apart inch by inch. Chapter 1659. I am the heavenly way. Who can stop me? Ha! A sharp howl shook the heavens as the hidden universe, God's dead beast illusion, erupted once again. It charged towards Chu Hen in the sky with a ferocious might that could tear the sky apart. At the same time, the countless ancient and strange Tao markings that floated in the heavens and the earth emanated an extremely strong rhythm of space. 3,000 great ways. Only I rule the heavens. The great way scripture. He raised his eyebrows, and the powerful voice seemed to come from the distant sea and entered the ears of everyone present. That is, the great emperors on the 10 emperors' throne platforms narrowed their eyes. In an instant, an unprecedentedly violent and terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly filled the sky above the Grand Canyon competition area. Boom! A series of heavy explosions shook the heavens. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the area above the Grand Canyon competition area suddenly collapsed, and the space was rapidly torn apart. Doomsday collapse. Divine punishment rips the heavens. Every single Tao marking that floated in the heavens and the earth was like a mysterious talisman inscribed in the air. They were like motionless black bolts of lightning, and it was even to the extent that every single inch and section of them contained an extremely overbearing energy of destruction. Every Tao pattern seemed to have been carved in space by the hands of an ancient god. From afar, it looked like there were countless ancient and strange characters floating in the sky. At this moment, thousands of Tao patterns exploded at the same time. Bang! As the void distorted and collapsed, the ground of the entire Great Canyon competition area instantly sank. Billions of rocks were crushed into powder. From the center to the edge, the river of the Great Canyon, and the high ground were all disintegrated. The flowers and trees were also crushed into dust. In the sky, long and narrow spatial cracks were forcefully torn open. A power storm that could destroy everything filled the sky and earth. The terrifying pressure and tearing force produced by the spatial collapse attacked the hidden universe God from all directions. The hidden universe God's huge body that was more than 3,000 meters tall seemed to be crushed by a terrifying mountain. Crack! Bang! In an instant, the skeletal armor covering the Grim Reaper beast's body was shattered and shattered in an instant. What a terrifying power! The geniuses outside the Great Canyon competition area widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. In the next second, the 1,000-meter-tall, black, god-fiend shadow behind Chu Hen suddenly clenched its fist in the air. Swish! Streaks of mysterious and dark black Tao patterns transformed into dreamy swirls of light and gathered in the center of its palm. A rapidly spinning flywheel was formed in front of his palm. There were 4 curved hooks on the edge of the flywheel. As it rotated at an extreme speed, it burst forth with a swift and fierce, wind-splitting momentum. Great Tao! Slashed the stargrass, together with Chu Hen's stern shout. The figure conjured by the chaotic body raised its arm and directly tossed the disc at the beast of death. Whoosh! The black spiral storm tore through the sky. Wherever the 4-cornered flywheel went, a straight, spatial crack would appear behind it. Tens of thousands of storms gathered together. The black halo directly hit the death god beast's enormous body. Boom! Hurricanes roared and danced chaotically in the sky. The shocking scene struck the visual nerves of everyone present. The 1,000-meter-long black vortex light blade rotated rapidly and slashed at the Grim Reaper beast's body. The latter's sturdy body was mercilessly sliced apart once again. At this moment, the death god beast's defense was actually so fragile under the attack of the power of laws. Hiss! The moment the death god beast's body exploded, Yu Shanin's original body was exposed beneath the black vortex of light without any cover. Yu Shanin's pupils constricted to the size of needle tips. Fear and shock, which had never been seen before, covered his entire face. Boom! The tremendous force of impact was like an apocalyptic shuttle flying over from beyond the heavens. The black vortex was like a terrifying, sharp millstone as it struck Yu Shanin's body solidly. The unstoppable force directly smashed Yu Shanin out of the sky and heavily embedded him into the ground. Bang! Rumble! A terrifying storm, like the explosion of a star, once again swept across the ground. The Great Canyon, which was already riddled with holes and had collapsed, once again welcomed an unprecedented wave. The destructive shock waves swept across the ground. The ground, which had already sunk hundreds of meters deep, almost flipped over. Clang! A vast black wave of energy swept out in all directions, and a violent pillar of energy shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! A series of heavy explosions rang out, and the light barrier created by the energy-dispelling array in the spectator stands completely shattered. It was like shattered glass crystals. The expressions of the various sacred race members in the spectator stands changed drastically. Before they could react, the powerful shock waves of the hurricane surged into the spectator stands. Everyone hurriedly circulated their true yuan to defend themselves. Even so, there were still many people whose blood and energy surged and their faces paled. There were even some with weaker cultivations who directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Heavens! Everyone was terrified. This was the first time in the history of the Sacred Race Conference that the spectators outside were injured. Everyone could only feel their hearts trembling. Just how powerful was this blow from Chu Hen? It's over? On the Emperor's throne platform, several great emperors had already stood up involuntarily, even though they were used to countless grand scenes. At this moment, they were also unable to maintain the calm that they should have. Chen Jingfeng, Yan Hanyu, Sun Yuan, Lu Tingyu, and many other geniuses of the strongest sacred race frowned deeply. Everyone present didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Buzz, along with the intense trembling of the energy, the 1,000-meter-long black god-fiend shadow behind Chu Hen gradually became illusory, and then concealed itself and disappeared. The void that was filled with spatial cracks was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking from afar, Chu Hen's face was also slightly pale, but the domineering aura between his brows was increasingly frightening. In the great canyon below, it had already been turned upside down. There was a huge ravine on both sides of the competition area, as if it had been split open by a heaven-splitting divine blade. It was a shocking sight, and in the middle of the ravine, a bloodied figure with twisted limbs lay powerlessly in a pile of rocks. Yu Shinin, looking at that person, everyone's pupils constricted. Yu Shinin's aura was extremely weak, and a wound that had almost pierced through his chest was bleeding profusely. His bones and internal organs were unknowingly damaged. His eyes were lifeless, and his face was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Reincarnation, heavenly Tao, primal chaos, great Tao, the strongest of the 10 strongest sacred physiques. The divine physique that had been wasted 10,000 years ago. This battle, it was finally over. Chu Hen stood in the sky, looking down at Yu Shinin with a domineering attitude. The reincarnation, sacred race, will stop here. Remember my name, Chu Hen. Chapter 1660. Your reincarnation saint clan will stop here. Remember my name, Chu Hen. His imposing manner and his attitude of dominating the entire arena. In an instant, the entire Grand Canyon seemed to tremble. At the same time, the hearts of countless people in the audience also trembled in fear. After 10,000 years of trials and hardships, the Demon Eye Saint clan had returned to the finals. The Reincarnation Saint clan had won 9 consecutive victories and won the championship. With the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Yu Shinin had defeated 3 opponents by himself and stood at the peak of the valley with his domineering dominance. Burning Sky, Star, and Devouring had all suffered setbacks. The various saint clans had personally witnessed the Reincarnation Saint clan's strength. Who would have thought that at the final moment when Yu Shinin was about to reach the top, the Demon Eye Saint clan would stand out? Chu Hen, remember my name. Without a doubt, the entire world would remember this name after today. Yan Hanyu and Qin Jingfeng exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They'd both guessed wrong. Before the competition, the two had made a bet. Qin Jingfeng would defeat Yu Shinin and win. On the other hand, Yan Hanyu favored Emo Nanquan and Sun Yuan. However, after Emo Nanchuan's defeat in one move, almost everyone leaned towards Yu Shinin. The 6 paths of reincarnation shocked the world. Even an 8-star Demon Eye Saint clan couldn't compete with it. However, the appearance of the chaotic body was earth-shattering. On the 10 Directions Emperor's throne platform, the great emperors were no longer as composed as before. Similar, too similar. Burning Heaven Monarch murmured. The Star Emperor, Devouring Emperor, Desolation Emperor, Chaos Emperor, and the others were slightly moved. Like who? Chu Rantian. However, from their unusual expressions, it didn't seem to be the case. Back then, Chu Rantian was like him too. It was an unforgettable feeling even after countless years. It's really a nostalgic aura. The Great Star Emperor said meaningfully. The others had complicated expressions as well. Looks like we'll have to wait for the next time. Burning Sky Emperor snapped out of his daze, a hint of slyness appearing on his face. The Dragon Blood Emperor, Chaos Emperor, and the others subconsciously glanced at the Reincarnation Emperor who sat in the middle. Following Yu Shinin's defeat, the Reincarnation Saint clan's goal of becoming the 10th champion was shattered. This also meant that the Reincarnation Emperor would have to wait for the next Sacred Race Conference to wield the Heavenly Emperor token. Obviously, the other great emperors were happy to see that. In particular, the eyes of the burning sky emperor and the great star emperor were filled with uncontrollable laughter. In fact, they wanted to see a disappointed and gloomy expression on the Samsara emperor's face. However, the Samsara emperor's expression did not change at all. Even the rhythm of his aura was stable and did not change at all. Calm as still water. Yu Shanin's failure did not affect the Samsara emperor in the slightest. What a ruthless person! Burning Heaven Emperor muttered to himself while shaking his head. Aren't you disappointed? I'm only one step away. In the end, he could not help but ask. The Reincarnation Emperor looked up, his voice as calm as an ancient well. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. How can I be disappointed? The great emperors squinted their eyes. This was very much like the Reincarnation Emperor. No one could see through it. Grand Canyon Competition Zone. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The surroundings were deathly silent. Countless people were in a daze. There were many twists and turns. The battle between Yu Shanin and Chu Hen was a feast for the eyes. All kinds of trump cards were used, so much so that the audience did not even have time to recover from their shock. Is this the end? It should be. This battle was too shocking. As expected of Chu Chintian's son, he does not lose to his father at all. Many clamorous exclamations rose from outside the arena. Watching this scene from afar, everyone sighed inwardly. If the chaotic clan was still around, Chu Chintian and Chu Hen might be able to recreate the glory of the chaotic divine body. Moreover, Chu Hen's body was reinforced by the bloodline limit of the demonic I sacred body. How could such a person be mediocre in the world? Speaking of the past, everyone's gaze subconsciously swept towards where the divine I sacred clan was. Even though everyone had a tacit understanding of what had happened back then, everyone knew about the feud between the divine I sacred clan and the demonic I sacred clan. The destruction of the chaotic clan and the demonic I sacred clan was also inextricably linked to the divine I sacred clan. Now, Chu Hen, who possessed both the chaotic bloodline and the demonic I sacred clan, dominated the entire arena in an earth-shattering manner. Who knew what the divine I sacred clan was thinking? In the Grand Canyon, the sky and earth were turned upside down. The Grand Canyon Competition Zone, which had originally been almost at the same level as the spectator stands, had sunk by more than 100 meters. Some of the fissures were more than several thousand meters long. The most shocking thing was the natural chasm that Yu Shanin was lying on. It had directly cut across the entire competition zone. The chasm had forcefully split the competition zone in half. Recalling the black storm light whirlwind, everyone felt a faint chill run down their spines. The power of the great path had directly shaken the heavenly path of reincarnation and torn apart the 9 heavens. Yu Shanin's injuries were shocking to the eye. His chest had practically been cut through. One could clearly see his bones and organs inside. Even though his eyes were filled with unwillingness, he could only helplessly watch as the young figure, who seemed to have returned, stood in the air above him like a king. One sentence. The reincarnation's sacred clan stops here. It completely tore apart all of Yu Shanin's glory. One sentence. Remember my name. It was a killing blow. Yu Shanin was completely overshadowed. At this moment, everyone below the arena had become Chu Hen's background. The almost invincible Yu Shanin had been defeated. Yu Shanin's vision gradually became blurry, and only the sound of the cold wind could be heard. The winner of this battle is the demonic I sacred clan, Chu Hen. Shangguan Wutsa, the lord of Spirit Essence Peak, paused for a moment before finally announcing the result. It was obvious that Shangguan Wutsa's expression was not very natural. His voice was also a little weak. However, as soon as he finished speaking, cheers that shook the heavens erupted from the audience. Good. Haha, well done. Everyone on the demonic I sacred clan's side stood up and applauded. Heavenly Wolf Star Guard Rao Failwan even disregarded his status and shouted excitedly, "We won, ha ha ha. Our demonic, sacred clan finally won again. Fourth Elder, did you see that? Chu Hen won." Everyone's eyes were filled with great excitement. The Fourth Elder's murky old eyes were faintly glistening with tears. "One? Ha!" Suddenly at this moment, a disdainful sneer entered everyone's ears. As soon as the words were spoken, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted on the ground of the canyon competition area. Pillars of lava that emitted a boundless, violent, primordial aura soared into the heavenly river, overturning the vast sky. A peerlessly domineering young figure appeared in the arena. Rocks crumbled and cyclones spilled out. Everyone's heartstrings trembled. That person exuded an overbearing, desolate, and tyrannical aura. This person was none other than the desolate, sacred clan's Sun Yuan. "My apologies, it's a little too early for you to celebrate." Sun Yuan stood in the air and stared at Chu Hen in front of him with a ridiculing attitude. Then a violent scarlet aura gushed out of his eyes, and a terrifying aura that far surpassed his previous aura swept out in all directions. "This aura is Emperor Realm? San Yuan has also entered Emperor Realm." Chapter 1661. This aura is Emperor Realm? A mountain-like pressure spread out in all directions. San Yuan stood proudly in the sky, his body erupting with tsunami-like power. The sudden scene caused the people outside the arena, who had just calmed down with great difficulty, to be shocked once again. This guy? Yan Hanyu of the Burning Heaven Saint clan narrowed his eyes. He really hid something. Chan Jingfeng, who was standing to the side, also had a deep frown on his face. Previously, when the two of them had placed their bets, Yan Hanyu had voted for Sun Yuan. Even though the battle between Sun Yuan and Lu Tingyu of the Nine, Nether Saint clan, wasn't particularly spectacular, and it wasn't as spectacular as Yu Shinin, Mo Nanquan, and Chu Hen, it wasn't hard to see that Sun Yuan had actually hidden his strength. However, it was unbelievable that Sun Yuan had hidden it so deeply. Emperor Realm. From the beginning of the battle until now, Sun Yuan was like a ferocious tiger among the beasts, constantly paying attention to the situation on the stage. On the 10 Directions Emperor's throne platform, the few great emperors looked at Chaos Emperor from the corner of their eyes. They like to hide something in everything. This is very Chaos Saint clan. Burning Heaven Emperor said with a hint of mockery. A complacent smile appeared on the face of the primordial Chaos Heavenly Emperor. "Same to you." San Yuan's prestige suppressed the entire place. Shangguan Wuzi immediately ordered people to take the half-dead Yu Shinin away from the stage and handed over the battle area to the 2 people above the canyon. Another Emperor Realm. Everyone's heart was going up and down today, and they couldn't stay calm for even a moment, even though they were shocked. But it seemed to be reasonable. After all, the limit of the 10 most powerful sacred physiques was unfathomable. "I'm afraid Sun Yuan can't beat Yu Shinin," someone said in a low voice. Even though they were both emperors, Yu Shinin's aura was obviously stronger. However, as the saying goes, when the crane and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. In the battle between Chu Hen and Yu Shinin, he had used up all his energy and trump cards. At this time, Sun Yuan's intention was obvious. Isn't this too shameless? Making a move at this time is simply taking advantage of the situation. Yi Yao, who was outside the arena, gnashed her teeth in hatred. "Chu Hen, stop fighting him. Let's call a truce." Qiao Shaowan shouted. Li Wushang, Long Qingyang, and the others remained silent. If they called a truce at this time, it would mean that they would hand over the title of champion to the primordial Holy Clan. In that case, all of his previous achievements would be nullified. Buzz! The domains between the 2 intersected, causing waves of uneasy rhythm in the void. Chu Hen's face was pale, and his aura was much weaker. With his cultivation at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, he had used his full strength to defeat Yu Shinin, who was a martial emperor. In the eyes of the crowd, this was already the limit. There was no way he would be able to defeat another great emperor. A mocking sneer appeared on Sun Yuan's face. He looked at Chu Hen playfully. "You don't have any strength?" Chu Hen's mouth corners rose. "If I were you, I would continue hiding off the arena, even though this was the first time the two had confronted each other face to face. Everyone knew about the enmity between Chu Hen and the primordial Holy Clan. In the battle in Midland, Chu Hen led the martial sect, Han Yun School, and Spirit Phoenix Valley, and directly uprooted the War God Palace, a stronghold of the primordial Holy Clan in Midland. Then the primordial Holy Clan sent out 3 experts, led by Hua Wen, to hunt down Chu Hen outside the saint-winged Heavenly Flame Bird Clan. In the eyes of the primordial Holy Clan, Chu Hen was already a thorn in their side. Not to mention, as long as they defeated Chu Hen, they would almost be able to become the champion of the primordial Holy Clan Conference. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, Sun Yuan would not give up this rare opportunity. Facing Chu Hen's sarcasm, Sun Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows and said with slight surprise, "It seems that you don't want to stop the battle." "Why should we stop the battle?" Chu Hen replied. With just you? With just you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone in the surroundings shook. This sarcasm was really heart-wrenching. "Ha ha." Sun Yuan laughed, a bit disdainful. Then his voice sank, and his eyes shone with a cold light. "This is exactly what I want to see. Compared to winning, I want to kill you more. Hua!" An ice-cold aura spread out from Sun Yuan's body like a deep-sea current. The sharpness of the blade affected everyone in the room. However, a frivolous sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face. "If you can take one move from me, you win. Screech." Even the heartstrings of everyone present tightened. Chu Hen's deep and gloomy eyes once again erupted with a demonic and bewitching purple light. The moment the air waves and vibrations overlapped, a powerful purple hurricane rose in the sky. Streaks of extremely violent purple-flowing shadows were like intertwining cyclones in the sky. The earth suddenly darkened. The sky was immediately covered by dark clouds. Then the entire sky above Spiritual Empress Peak fell into darkness. Above the sky where the storm gathered, beams of purple light pierced through the thick dark clouds and sprinkled down. When the purple light beams reached a certain angle, they swept in another direction. The gorgeous light beams intertwined in a spectacular manner, like a mysterious constellation pattern in the vast universe. Hum, an especially strong spatial rhythm, shrouded the entire sky above the Grand Canyon. Under countless bewildered gazes, a pair of especially huge purple demonic eyes appeared in the spectacular constellation pattern that spanned across the competition area. This is... Looking at the purple eyes that were like those of an ancient demon god, everyone present was shocked. Even the great emperors on the 10 emperors' throne platforms stood up one after another. Could it be? Funtian Emperor, Star Emperor, and the rest looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Even the Reincarnation Emperor, who had no emotional changes, was slightly moved at that moment. Humph, playing tricks. I'd like to see who will end the battle with one move. As soon as he said that, Sun Yuan's arms swung outwards, and the billowing desolation, Qi immediately turned into countless terrifying dragon rock pillars that soared into the sky. Rumble. Wind and thunder suddenly rose, and the vigorous energy pillars gathered along Sun Yuan's arms. They quickly condensed into an extremely solid, dark, red energy ball in front of his palms. Desolation Jade. The sacred tribe's geniuses' faces changed slightly. Lu Tingyu from Holy Abysmal Tribe had a dim light in her eyes. The shocking energy ripple caused the space to distort. Although the 2 Desolation Jades were only about 10 meters in diameter, The desolation power that was compressed in them was extremely huge. Ha! Sun Yuan's eyes revealed a hideous smile. I'll let you see my true power. True power! Hua! The aura of an Emperor Realm expert was released without holding back. The earth-shaking desolation power was like a torrent that broke through a dam. Sun Yuan roared, desolation rend. Buzz, the vast and violent airflow, roared in all directions. The 2 desolation jades in his palms revolved around him at high speed. As they revolved, the number of desolation jades multiplied and turned into 8 in an instant. Then the 8 desolation jades split again, and the number increased to 16. Oh my God! The crowd was shocked. 16 desolation jades. It was double the number when he defeated Lu Tingyu from the sacred tribe. Without a doubt, the power was absolutely terrifying. Buzz. As the desolation jades revolved, the sky around Sun Yuan turned into a death zone where storms gathered. It would be fatal if one was hit by any of the desolation jades. The veins on Sun Yuan's arms bulged, and the blood vessels on his forehead bulged. At that moment, it was as if he was holding the endless power of mountains and heavens. Disappear! What an arrogant and conceited thing! Sun Yuan roared. Then a domineering aura soared into the sky. He raised his arms, and the space around him trembled violently. In an instant, the 16 desolation jades, which contained the power of destruction, were like stars surrounding the moon. They turned into a huge crimson halo and flew towards Chu Hen. The shock wave created by the 16 desolation jades was like a solar storm. The entire sky above the Grand Canyon competition zone became a death zone. The crimson halo illuminated the world. However, at the same time, the mysterious constellation pattern formed by the thousands of purple light beams in the sky was filled with a terrifying energy rhythm. Clang! An intense explosion pierced through the sky. Along with the rapid collapse of space, a huge vortex was forcefully torn open in the center of the constellation pattern. Rumble! The world shook and people's hearts trembled. At this moment, everyone present could not help but feel fear in the depths of their souls. That's the 4th elder, Rao Feilwan, Li Wushang, and the others widened their eyes in shock and horror. How is this possible? It's impossible. It's impossible. Even the emperors on the 10 Directions Emperor's throne stage couldn't hide their shock. The apocalypse collapsed, and the sky collapsed. In the space crack that was like the abyss of the universe, a huge shadow hidden in the darkness was faintly embedded in the depths of everyone's pupils. The aura emitted by the huge black shadow was enough to make one's heart tremble. At that moment, everyone felt like they were being looked down upon by an ancient beast. Roar! The clear roar of a beast shook the entire Spirit Empress Peak. An ancient and mysterious aura poured down. In the next instant, countless rays of purple light interweaved in the sky like billions of lightning bolts. The sky seemed to be covered by a huge purple, 3-dimensional net of light. As the 3-dimensional net rapidly expanded, a majestic beam of light shot out from the mouth of the shadow in the darkness. Rumble! The wind was urgent, the clouds are furious, and the world lost its color. In the process of piercing through the sky, the purple light pillar rapidly turned into a giant purple spear with intersecting purple arcs. In the next instant, under the tens of thousands of astonished gazes, the gigantic purple spear smashed against the scarlet divine halo formed by the 16 primal jade intersecting. Boom! It was like a heaven-slaughtering divine sword that could pierce through everything. Billions of whirlpools of light exploded in the sky above Spirit Empress Peak. Bang! Bang! Rings after rings of scarlet storms swept across the land like exploding stars. The majestic light waves spread out, flattening the Grand Canyon and shaking the spectator seats in all directions. The 16 prehistoric jades shattered in an instant. The beam of purple light gathered the power of divine punishment that could tear the world apart and shot towards Sun Yuan once again. You, the prehistoric sacred clan, stop here. Chu Hen's arrogant aura shook the sky. Sun Yuan's expression changed drastically, as if he was a small boat in a storm. His pupils shrank to the extreme. Bang! An ear-piercing noise mixed with the mighty purple light waves spread out. The space around Sun Yuan instantly collapsed, and the prehistoric jades around him were instantly crushed. A beam of purple light fell from the sky. Sun Yuan, who had no defensive ability, was pierced into the Grand Canyon below. Rocks collapsed, and the rapidly sunken pit expanded in all directions at the speed of the storm. The spectator stands in all directions were instantly filled with cracks of various sizes. Chapter 1662. Gasp! An unprecedented commotion swept through the entire Grand Canyon competition area like a hurricane. At this moment, more than half of the sects in Spiritual Empress Peak were trembling uneasily. However, the most appalled thing was the hearts of everyone present. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear and shock. The ground of the Grand Canyon, which had been pierced by the purple aurora, had completely caved in and collapsed. At the competition area of the Grand Canyon, it could no longer be described as a ruin. At first glance, it was hard to find a good piece of land that was intact. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a vast canyon with mountains, rivers, lush forests, and wide river channels could be destroyed so thoroughly in such a short period of time. Apart from the broken rocks, there was nothing else that had any color. At the center of the ground where the light pillar had pierced, inside the huge cylindrical crater. At this moment, Sun Yuan of the desolate sacred clan fell to the ground like a dead dog. His clothes were ragged and his body was covered in blood. His chest seemed to have been pierced by a sharp blade. The broken flesh and internal organs were a shocking sight. Sun Yuan's eyes were wide open, his lips opening and closing like a goldfish out of oxygen. Apart from fear and helplessness, there was no other expression on his face. The primitive Holy Clan had stopped here. This sentence was like a resounding slap across the faces of all the primitive sacred clan members. If you can take one move from me, you will win. However, this sentence directly destroyed Sun Yuan's heart and desire. One move. He really only used one move. At that time, when Chu Hen said those words, the crowd did not even have the time to cast disdain at him. They did not even have the time to say that he was arrogant and conceited. The battle had already ended. The massive Sacred Race Convention's competition zone was deathly silent. Chun Jingfeng, Yan Hanyu, Lu Tingyu and Mo Nanquan, and all the other supermonsters of the strongest sacred clan looked pale, powerless. Not only Sun Yuan felt powerless, everyone who had participated in the Sacred Clan Conference was especially powerless. There was a huge sense of defeat in their hearts. On the 10 Directions Emperor's throne platform, apart from the Reincarnation Emperor, the other great emperors all left their seats and stood up. At this moment, their eyes were filled with disbelief. This aura, it's him. The sky-scorching martial monarch clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Star Emperor nodded solemnly. It's really a familiar feeling. The other great emperors were visibly moved. He stared at the huge crack in the center of the constellation pattern. The ancient figure hidden in the dark abyss was like a mysterious ghost from another world. What's that? The Thunder Emperor frowned and asked in confusion. The corner of the burning heaven monarch's eyes narrowed slightly. His throat moved up and down as he spat out 2 words clearly and heavily. Heart beast. Hua! Although the voice wasn't loud the moment it entered the ears, it was like a thunderclap. What? The Lightning Emperor's face paled. 8-star demon pupil heart beast? How is that possible? Unbelievable, right? The Desolate Emperor's voice was complicated. Even we don't dare to believe it. To the heart beast. No one present understood it better than these great emperors. 8-star demon pupils. Peak quasi-emperor. These 2 conditions were to summon the heart beast. It was like a dream. The heart beast, it's our sacred clan's heart beast. Everyone from the demonic Eye sacred clan, including Rao Failwan, the fourth elder, and the others, felt their blood churning at a rapid pace. Astonishment, absolute astonishment, indescribable shock, and the trembling that reached deep into their souls. It's really him. The fourth elder's wrinkled face was filled with disbelief, and his withered hands were trembling. At this moment, he seemed to see the shadow of the demon pupil emperor on Chu Hen. Two streams of tears couldn't help but flow out from his old eyes. The heavens have not let down the demon pupil saint clan. After so many years, someone else had summoned that peerless beast after the demon pupil emperor. In an instant, everyone present widened their eyes and stared at the huge shadow of the dark beast hidden in the abyss of the universe. However, before everyone could even identify its shape, the spatial devouring vortex rapidly closed. The gathering storm quickly receded, and the intertwining purple light beams quickly dissipated. The huge pressure that shrouded everyone's hearts also disappeared. He's gone back? Everyone in the audience was startled. At the same time, Chu Hen's aura in the void also became a lot more chaotic. Around his body, circles of restless, evil, and baleful aura flowed. Even Chu Hen's purple demon pupils were overflowing with a faint, blood-red glow. Chu Hen! The heavenly wolf star guard, Rao Failwan's expression changed slightly. The fourth elder, who was standing to the side, also had a worried look in his eyes. Looks like he's barely borrowing the power of the heart beast. The sky-scorching emperor quickly identified the real situation. Yes. The star emperor nodded in affirmation. This is already his limit based on his cultivation and the strength of his bloodline. He's far from being able to control the heart beast. That's right. If he's really summoned the heart beast, that attack just now wouldn't be that weak. Looks like it's because the heart demon is too strong that he sensed the heart beast's aura in advance. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Even though it's enough for us to take it seriously. They had to admit. The great emperors heaved a sigh of relief. After all, in their opinion, Chu Hen was still inexperienced and was far from being comparable to the demonic Eye Emperor. Chu Hen was almost invaded by the heart demon just by borrowing the power of the heart beast. It was obvious that Chu Hen still had a long way to go before he could completely summon the heart beast. Even so, the great emperors had a whole new level of respect for Chu Hen. Hearing the great emperor's conversation, the lightning emperor sat down quietly. There was a faint flash of lightning in his deep, cold eyes. The battle ended in an instant. Everyone's hearts were unsettled for a long time. After Yu Shinin of the Samsara Saint tribe, Sun Yuan of the Antiquity Holy tribe also lost to Chu Hen. In just 2 battles, everyone felt as though they had been separated by a few centuries, and they were all in a daze. This guy is too monstrous. Yan Hanyu let out a long sigh and glanced at the spectators of the holy-eyed Saint tribe. I finally know why Qin looks at him differently. Huh? Chen Jingfeng shook his head and laughed bitterly. All right, even the heart beast has come out. I can't help but be impressed. Lu Tingyu of the Abyssal Saint tribe, Mo Nanquan of the Devouring Saint tribe, and the others looked at Chu Hen as though they were looking at a monster. Peak Boundary Emperor realm. He had killed 2 great emperors in a row. One of them was Yu Shinin of the Samsara Saint tribe, who had mastered the power of Heaven Dao. He was no longer just a monster. The Sacred Clan Conference is really a huge change. The demonic Eye Saint tribe deserves to be the champion. The heavens will not destroy the demonic Eye Saint tribe. If it was said that everyone objected to Chu Hen using the power of the chaotic body when he defeated Yu Shinin, then Sun Yuan's miserable defeat directly shut up everyone's mouths. Even if Chu Hen didn't use the power of the chaotic body, it was inevitable that he would defeat Yu Shinin. Everyone in the spectator stands looked up at the sky. The sky gradually cleared up. Chu Hen's figure seemed to overlap with the angle of the sun. The chaotic body and demonic Saint tribe's double bloodline showed their dominance. As expected of the son of Chu Qintian and Li Jixia, this sacred clan conference will go down in history. The blood moon descends, sacred star guards. The storm of the sacred clan conference, which had lasted for several months, was finally at its peak. Before the conference, the lightning Saint tribe rose, and the demonic Saint tribe lived in fear. Just when everyone thought that the demonic Saint tribe was about to be replaced, Chu Hen killed the lightning Saint tribe, slaughtered the dragon blood, destroyed the Samsara Saint tribe, and killed the primordial chaos. The young man's singing skills lived up to his reputation. The 3-foot-long spear pierced through the rainbow. One spear killed the lightning Saint tribe. The great Tao destroyed the Samsara Saint tribe. The dragon blood, primordial chaos, darkness, and light were all reduced to stepping stones for Chu Hen to rule the top of the canyon. At this moment, he seemed to be announcing the return of a king to the world. The demonic Saint tribe had returned. The chaos Saint tribe had returned. Divine King Wu Ji's Book Friends Exchange Group 149825000. Interested readers can join to discuss the plot or chat to make friends. Perhaps the book friends in the group can create a good friendship. Chapter 1663. Slaying Thunder, Slaying Dragon Blood, Breaking Reincarnation, Slaying Chaos. The young man's song lived up to his name. At this moment, the young figure who stood proudly at the top of the Grand Canyon competition zone made a declaration to the entire world with an arrogant attitude. The Demon Eye clan was back. The Chaos clan was back. The dazzling light was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. At this moment, all the geniuses of the 10 great sacred clans lowered their heads. At this moment, all the geniuses from the various sects and forces were dejected. Can you announce the result now? The one who spoke was the red-eyed Burning Sky Emperor. The rest of the great emperors understood what he meant. Other than the Reincarnation Emperor, who was as calm as still water, the Chaos Emperor's face was gloomy and cold. They had endured for so long. They had been waiting for an opportunity. But who would have thought that the might of the Demon Eye Saint clan's heart beast would make them lose face? Shangguan Wutsa, the Lord of Spirit Essence Peak, heaved a sigh of relief. I hereby announce that the winner of this round is the Demon Eye clan, Chu Hen. Although Chu Hen possessed 2 great bloodlines, he had appeared today as a member of the Demon Eye Saint clan. Therefore, he was judged to be on the Demon Eye's side in name. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the ring? Shangguan Wutsa continued. Challenge the ring? Everyone was stunned. Then they subconsciously looked at the Holy-Eyed clan's audience. Only Miss Bai Qinyu is left. Yes, I wonder if she will go up? Due to the absence of Lu Yuji and Dragon Destroyer, there were only 8 people left in the finals. Mo Nanquan, Yu Shinin, and Sun Yuan. The 3 top contenders were eliminated. There were also 3 other people with relatively weaker reputations. It was clear that it was impossible for them to challenge Chu Hen's prestige. Then, only the Holy-Eyed clan's Miss Bai Qinyu was left. It was thought-provoking. Everyone's eyes were filled with indescribable meaning. Demon Eye, the Divine Eye, they had always been enemies. At this moment, only Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu, the 2 old enemies, were left on the field. The wheel of fate seemed to be spinning perfectly. Will Miss Bai fight? No way. Even Yu Shinin and Sun Yuan lost. She's no match for Chu Hen. But now Chu Hen has no more trump cards, and he just summoned his heart beast. He's clearly in a bad state. This is the Holy-Eyed Sacred Tribe's chance. The atmosphere below the stage gradually became a little restless. Yi Yao, Qiao Shaowan, and the others looked at Bai Qinyu nervously. Sister Qinyu wouldn't do anything to big brother Chu Hen, would she? Yi Yao asked. That's hard to say. Even Chu Hen treated her like that. Zhao Qingkai casually added, and was immediately met with another wave of murderous glares. Chu Hen, who was hovering above the Grand Canyon, also looked at by Qianyu with a complicated expression. To be honest, for some reason, at this moment, Chu Hen actually hoped that Bai Qianyu would come up. He even wanted to look at her up close. Of course, if Bai Qianyu came up, Chu Hen wouldn't do anything to her. That also meant that the demon sacred tribe wouldn't be able to win. Just as the atmosphere in the arena became tense, Bai Qianyu slowly stood up. Everyone's heartstrings trembled. She's going to fight? Yi Yao, Long Qingyang, and Qiao Shaowan all felt their hearts sink. However, to everyone's surprise, Bai Qianyu didn't seem to have any intention of entering the arena. She calmly glanced at the Emperor's throne platform. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, let's end the Sacred Race Conference here. Whoosh! That one sentence directly expressed her attitude. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief, but there were also many people who expressed their regret. What a pity. I thought I'd be able to witness a battle between two techniques. You're thinking too much. Chu Hen is too strong. There's no doubt he'll win. Not necessarily. I think Miss Bai Qianyu just doesn't want to take advantage of him. She's already forfeited. You can say whatever you want. Noisy, restless. With Bai Qianyu's forfeit, there was no longer any doubt about the outcome of the Sacred Race Conference. Chu Hen, Chu Hen. Congratulations to the Demon Sacred Tribe for winning. The Demon Sacred Tribe is the strongest. The Demon Sacred Tribe will win. Increasingly enthusiastic cheers and applause sounded from all directions. Without a doubt, this was an outcome that exceeded everyone's expectations. It was an outcome that no one dared to imagine. Before this, everyone thought that the Sacred Race Conference would be a nightmare for the Demon Sacred Tribe. Especially with the rise of the Lightning Sacred Tribe, they didn't even have a chance to breathe. But now, the Demon Sacred Clan had returned with the momentum of a king. After experiencing 10,000 years of trials and tribulations, they once again stood proudly at the summit of the Sacred Clan Convention. Great, great. Ha 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 ha, we're the champions. The eyes of the Demon Sacred Tribe members were red. The wrinkled old face of the fourth elder was filled with excitement and excitement. Not only did they protect the glory of the Demon Sacred Tribe, but they also reclaimed their dignity. All of this was due to the young figure that exuded a domineering dominance. The winner would enjoy the applause and glory. The loser would quietly leave the stage. The protagonist of this Sacred Race Conference was only Chu Hen. Yu Shinin, Sun Yuan, Mo Nanquan, Yan Hanyu, Chen Jingfeng, and the rest were all reduced to supporting roles. On the 10 Directions Emperor's throne stage, the great emperors stood up one after another. What a feast for the eyes! I didn't come in vain. The Burning Sky Emperor sighed. Hee, what a pity! The Star Emperor said as he glanced at the Reincarnation Emperor's position. They thought that this would be the last Sacred Race Conference. Who would have thought that the invincible Reincarnation Sacred Tribe would be dragged down the altar at the last moment? Let's go. My clone has been outside for too long. It's a little exhausting. Haha, that's true. The next time everyone gathers here will probably be the 24th Sacred Race Conference. I hope the Abyss Emperor can come then. The Great Emperor's gazes then turned to the Abyss Emperor. The Demon Emperor and the White Emperor would not appear again. Only the Abyss Emperor was looking forward to it. Great Emperors, please wait a moment. Suddenly, just as the Sacred Race Conference was about to end, the Lord of Spirit Empress Peak, Shengguan Wuzi, stopped everyone on the 10 Emperors' throne platforms. Is there anything else, Peak, Lord Shengguan? The Desolation Emperor asked casually, replying to the Desolate Emperor. Shengguan Wuzi glanced at the Thunderbolt Heavenly Emperor. His eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation before he said, Ever since the start of the Sacred Race Conference, the Spiritual Precipice Peak has been doing its best, and did not dare to slack off. There's something I hope the great emperors can consider. Say it. Please add one more spot to the 10 strongest sacred races and place the Thunder Emperor. Wow. Shangguan Wuce's words caused an uproar in the entire Sacred Race Conference. What did he mean? Was he trying to cause trouble? As expected, I knew that things wouldn't be so simple when the Thunderbolt Emperor appeared here today. Shangguan Wuce is such a smart person. Why is he so muddle-headed this time? He probably colluded with the Thunder Emperor long ago and used this Sacred Race Conference as an opportunity to push him to the throne. Who would have thought that the Demon Eye Sacred Race would take the championship this time? Otherwise, it wouldn't be as easy as adding one more spot. There was no lack of smart people present. Many of them could see through Shangguan Wuce's intentions. After all, the Thunder Emperor's performance on the 10 Emperors' throne platforms was enough to explain everything. The Thunder Sacred Clan wanted to replace the Demon Eye Sacred Clan. If the champion was the Samsara Sacred Race or another sacred race, the Thunder Emperor would naturally replace the Demon Eye Sacred Race. But man proposes, God disposes. Chu Hen was crowned god after 3 battles. He went all the way to the top of the canyon. Since there was no reason to kick the Demon Eye Sacred Race out, they could only give the Thunder Emperor another emperor's throne platform. The great emperors looked at each other and then at the Thunder Emperor after hearing Shangguan Wuce's suggestion. The Star Emperor said, "Since ancient times, there have only been 10 strongest sacred clans. Adding another one doesn't seem appropriate. Plus, 11 strongest sacred clans doesn't sound good, right? But the Thunder Emperor has already become an emperor. It's a blessing for the human realm. The Thunder Emperor should enjoy such a great reputation," Shangguan Wuce said respectfully. "That makes sense." The primeval, great emperor agreed. "I think so too." The Dragon Blood Emperor chimed in with a light tone. As soon as the 2 great emperors spoke, a heated discussion broke out among the crowd. To be honest, the Thunder Emperor does have the ability to do so, but 11 strongest sacred clans doesn't sound good. Plus, there have only been 10 sacred clans since ancient times. If that's the case, we can only replace it. Replace? That was the essence. Ed, it was just a cover. As for who to replace, everyone looked at the Demon Eye Sacred Race and the Holy-Eyed Sacred Race. Only these 2 sacred clans didn't have a great emperor. If they had to replace it, they had to choose from these 2 sacred clans. However, the Holy-Eyed Sacred Race was very strong and had a good relationship with Funtian, the Star Emperor, the Great Wilderness, and even the Beast Region. The Thunder Emperor couldn't swallow the Holy-Eyed Sacred Race. Of course, that didn't mean they couldn't swallow it in the future. After all, having a great emperor and not having one were 2 completely different concepts. The other was the Demon Eye Sacred Race. However, Chu Hen had seized the championship of the Sacred Race Convention just a second ago. If he still wanted to replace him now, wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? Suddenly, Bai Qinyu took a few slow steps forward. "Peak Lord Shangguan, do you think we don't deserve the title of strongest sacred clan just because we don't have a great emperor?" Shangguan Wuce shook his head. "I don't dare. I just want to add another great emperor. Since you dared to say that, please face my question. There are only 10 strongest sacred clans. Do you think that the Holy-Eyed Sacred Race and the Demon Eye Sacred Race don't deserve that title because they don't have a great emperor?" Bai Qinyu asked. This, Shangguan Wuce didn't know how to answer. Bai Qinyu smirked. "If that's the case, let me tell you. The Holy-Eyed Sacred Race doesn't have a great emperor today, but that doesn't mean they won't have one in the future. Screech!" As soon as his voice fell, Bai Qinyu's eyes widened, and an extremely powerful and transcendent rhythm surged from him. His eyes glowed with the majesty of a great emperor, and a dazzling golden light erupted from them. Whoosh! An invisible aura spread out in all directions. Bai Qinyu's beautiful and holy eyes glowed with a shocking rhythm. A sharp wave of air trembled. 8 black dots of light appeared in the depths of Bai Qianyu's golden eyes. Then, the 8 black dots slowly rotated in a clockwise direction. Buzz, buzz! Another piercingly cold aura spread out, and one of the 8 black dots suddenly split into 2. Immediately, the 9 black dots rotated like the stars in the vast universe. Rumble in an instant. Everyone turned pale with fright. Shangguan Wuce's face was even paler. 9 astral divine eyes. Chapter 1664. 9 astral divine eyes. Boom! Bai Qianyu's peerless elegance was released from his body. In an instant, the entire Grand Canyon competition area erupted into an unprecedented uproar. The great emperors on the 10 Directions Emperor's throne platform were shocked. Shangguan Wuce, the lord of Spirit Empress Peak, had a deathly pale complexion. He couldn't help but feel the urge to surrender when he saw Bai Qianyu's golden pupils. Following the divine eyes of the 9 stars, the aura exuded from Bai Qianyu's body shook the surroundings with a crushing force. Her aura surpassed San Yuan from the Chaos Holy Tribe, and was even slightly stronger than Yu Shinin from the Reincarnation Holy Tribe. Everyone's expression changed again. Ha! Emperor Realm. Another Emperor Realm expert. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue had struck everyone's mind. Mo Nanquan, Lu Tingyu, Yan Hanyu, Qin Jingfeng, and the other geniuses widened their eyes, as if they had suffered a great setback, especially Yan Hanyu and Qin Jingfeng. The two of them looked at each other in shock, and a complicated look appeared between their brows. A sense of disparity. It was like a rapidly expanding ravine, directly separating the two from Bai Qianyu. Zeng. Bai Qianyu's eyes were like the moon, coldly looking at the leader of the Spirit Precipice Peak, Shangguan Wuce. In at most 10 years, the Divine Eye Saint tribe will have another great emperor. I am the daughter of the White Emperor, the future Divine Eye Great Emperor. Her words were calm and light, but full of unparalleled elegance. The Divine Eye Saint tribe did not have a great emperor now, but it did not mean that there would not be one in the future. I am the daughter of the White Emperor, the future Divine Eye Great Emperor. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. At this moment, the impact that Bai Qianyu brought to everyone's soul was impressively greater than any of the fierce confrontations in the Divine Clan Conference. In at most 10 years, the Divine Eye Saint tribe will have another great emperor. It directly shook everyone's heartstrings. It also crushed all the faith of Shangguan Wuce and the Lightning Emperor. The Thunder Great Emperor was strong, but he paled in comparison to the God Eye Emperor. If he dared to replace the Divine Eye Saint clan now, he would have to bear the wrath of the Divine Eye Saint clan in 10 years. Oh my God, Sister Qianyu is so domineering. On the other side of the spectator stand, Yu Yao, Qiao Shaowan, Qing Xue, and the others were completely smitten by Bai Qianyu. Yes, she really is a super perfect woman. Same here. Bai Qianyu's red lips parted slightly, her golden peach blossom eyes glanced at Chu Hen and said, "The Demon Eye Saint clan doesn't have a great emperor now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be one in the future." Just with the 8-star Demon Eye's heart beast summoning. Let me ask you, who here can compete with him? Who could compare? This sentence, once again, caused everyone to narrow their eyes involuntarily. He was astonished. Everyone was even more astonished. Bai Qianyu actually spoke up for Chu Han. The people of the Holy Eye Saint clan were actually helping the Demon Eye Saint clan. What's going on? Aren't the two clans archenemies? Was Lady Bai defending Chu Hen just now? I think I felt it a little. Many of the spectators had a strange expression on their faces. However, Shangguan Wuce's face was extremely ugly. His inner thoughts were indeed as most people had guessed. Because of the rise of the Lightning Saint clan, he wanted to use this sacred clan conference as an opportunity to push the Lightning Emperor to the altar. Even if Lei Kuan suffered a loss in the second round, he could still forcefully push the Lightning Emperor to the top. However, Chu Hen overcame all obstacles and defeated Yu Shinin and Sun Yuan, two great emperors in the finals, and ascended to the top of the canyon in a dominating manner. Shangguan Wuzi was already feeling guilty when he saw Chu Hen's double bloodline boundary and the 8-star demon eyes heart beast summoning. That was why Shangguan Wuzi said to increase the quota of the strongest sacred clan. And this fuse directly ignited the anger of the Holy Eye Saint clan. Bai Qinyu also shocked the crowd with her most unexpected and arrogant attitude. Under the gaze of Bai Qinyu's 9-star divine eyes, Shangguan Wuzi's aura was completely suppressed. He smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect Miss Bai to have already reached the 9-star divine eyes bloodline boundary. With such strength, you are the true champion of the Sacred Clan Conference. Wow! As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion outside the arena. Many people revealed looks of disdain. Haha, this Shangguan Wuzi is muddle-headed, right? Why didn't I realize that his EQ was so low before? Flatter one and step on the other. There's really no one else like him. Did he not hear that Miss Bai was speaking up for Chu Hen? At this moment, many people's respect and impression of Shangguan Wuzi was greatly reduced. It seemed that since the second round of the Soaring Cloud Balcony, Shangguan Wuzi had been flattering the Lightning Saint clan, and now he was flattering the Holy Eye Saint clan. His habit of sitting on the fence was clearly exposed. No wonder the Spirit Barren Peak, which has more than 10,000 years of heritage, is like this. He will never become the true ruler of the North. Low IQ is contagious. I better not interact with the Spirit Barren Peak in the future. It's too embarrassing. While the crowd was disappointed with Shangguan Wuzi, there was a chorus of agreement from the audience. That's right. Miss Bai's strength deserves to be the champion. An emperor with the 9-star divine eyes. No one can beat her. There was no doubt that Bai Qinyu was also very popular. Moreover, there were many forces that had a good relationship with the Holy Eye Saint clan. After being reminded by Shangguan Wuzi, many people were also biased towards Bai Qinyu's side. Miss Bai, we support you to be the champion. That's right. The Holy Eye Saint clan is the strongest. As the noise grew louder, the Demon Eye Saint clan couldn't help but worry. They couldn't be sure of what Bai Qinyu was thinking. Others might not know, but the people of the Demon Eye Saint clan were very clear. There was an unusual relationship between Bai Qinyu and Chu Hen. However, that relationship was broken in the purple imperial city of the Demonic Eye Sacred Clan. Did Bai Qinyu have any resentment towards Chu Hen or even the Demon Eye Saint clan? They couldn't be sure. It wasn't just the Demon Eye Saint clan. Even Yi Yao, Long Qingyang, and the others had a solemn look on their faces. At this moment, Bai Qinyu lifted her beautiful eyes and looked straight at the young figure in the sky above the Grand Canyon. The two's eyes met. Chu Hen's heartstrings trembled. A pair of demonic purple eyes, a pair of sacred and majestic golden eyes, looking at each other across space. It was like two stars separated by 2 centuries. Old enemy. Fate. Who would have thought that they were two people who didn't know each other would have such a deep relationship? The wheel of fate spun. The two were like 2 stars in the vast Milky Way, changing their original trajectory and quietly intertwining. In an instant, the past was still vivid in his mind. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, the corner of Bai Qinyu's mouth twitched. I can't beat him. I've always been losing. Chapter 1665. Martial Apex, Divine King. Chapter 1665. I love you. 3,000 times currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1666. Spiritual Empress Peak. Below the mountain gate. Following the end of the Sacred Clan Conference, a wave of people started to leave the Spiritual Empress Peak. Very shocking. If it was anyone else, I would be very surprised except for you. Dongfang sect leader thinks too highly of me. Martial sect, Hanyun sect, Spirit Phoenix Valley, and other forces gathered with Chu Hen and the rest at the mountain gate outside the spiritual Empress Peak. Regarding Chu Hen's victory in the Sacred Clan Conference, many people felt as if they were dreaming, but somehow they felt that it was reasonable. There was no other reason but because he was Chu Hen. This trip was not in vain. Spirit Phoenix, Valley Master, Mei Zhang exclaimed. Chu Hen smiled. Thank you, seniors, for coming all the way to the northern land to cheer for me. Chu Hen is very grateful. Sigh. Mei Zhang raised his hand. You are being too polite. It is rare to see a sacred clan conference. We are here to join in the fun. Chu Hen smiled and did not say much. It's almost time for us to leave. If you have time, go back to the Midland. Dongfang Hung said, gently with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The martial alliance is about to be established. You will definitely be amazed. Hee, you are right. Because of you, the martial alliance was born. You must go back, Han Yun sect leader said. The destruction of the war god palace, ushering in the new life of the martial alliance. After the battle in the Midland, the new forces formed by the martial sect, Han Yun sect, Spirit Phoenix Valley, and other forces built the base of the martial alliance in the area that was originally under the jurisdiction of the war god palace. Now that he thought about it, it had been almost a year, and Chu Hen had been away from the Midland for a long time. All right, I will. Chu Hen nodded. Junior Chu Hen, we will go back first. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li Wuyan, and the rest also said. Take care, senior brothers. Ha 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 ha. Now that you call us senior brother, we feel like we can't take it anymore. Wang Li laughed. How could that be? Once an elder brother, I will always be an elder brother. Chu Hen will always remember the days we went through together. His words made Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Wu Yan, and the others feel relieved. Don't worry. Once martial alliance stabilizes, we'll train harder. We definitely won't be a burden to you, Wu Yan said. Chu Hen smiled and cupped his fists to show his gratitude. After that, the people from the martial alliance bid farewell and left. Brat Chu Hen will be taking our leave as well. Shifeng Zi and Zhao Xuanxiong of Hidden Sky City also came over to greet him. When I return to the Midland, I will visit you again. In Chu Hen's heart, Shifeng Zi was like a teacher and a friend. Moreover, although he was old, he still came to the sacred clan conference from far away. It was enough to prove his friendship. After a few words of advice, Shifeng Zi and Zhao Xuanxiong left with Dongfang Hengji and the rest from the martial alliance. Congratulations on winning the championship. I take back what I said to you previously. The sacred clan team didn't leave immediately. Lu Tingyu walked in front of Chu Hen and generously expressed her apologies for what had happened. Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang looked at each other and smiled. Senior sister Lu, you're exaggerating. He's not that narrow-minded. Luo Mengchang smiled faintly. Mengchang is right. Senior sister Lu, don't take it to heart. Chu Hen won the championship of the Sacred Clan Conference. In comparison, Luo Mengchang was happier. Even if the Sacred Clan won the championship, she wouldn't be so happy. Lu Tingyu smiled helplessly and shook her head. It seems like you don't plan to return to the Sacred Clan with us? Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes twinkled and her smile was like a blooming pear flower. You guys go back first. I'm a little late. I'm afraid you'll have to leave with us. Before Luo Mengchang could finish her sentence, a lady in a black robe walked over from the other side. And you? Luo Mengchang was stunned. Lu Tingyu and the people from Abysmal Sacred Tribe behind her looked respectful too. Elder Guyu, you have to leave with us, Guyu said. Why? Luo Mengchang was confused. Then, Guyu walked next to Luo Mengchang and whispered in her ear. Hearing that, Luo Mengchang's eyes widened, and she replied in shock, Really? The news just came from the clan. Luo Mengchang obviously couldn't control her emotions. She looked back at Chu Hen with her eyes glowing. I have to return to the sacred clan first. I'll look for you later. Do you want me to go back with you? Chu Hen asked. No need. Before Luo Mengchang could reply, Guyu rejected her. You have other things to do. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, judging from Luo Mengchang's expression, it obviously wasn't anything bad. Plus, the Sacred Clan Conference had just ended. The clans definitely had many things to do. Since she rejected him, Chu Hen didn't intend to insist. All right. Chu Hen looked back at Luo Mengchang and smiled gently. Wait for me to look for you. Sure. Luo Mengchang smiled smartly. Also, remember to miss me. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Sister Mengchang, please take care of us. Yi Yao protested. That's right. Who can stand it? Xiaowan echoed. I'm sorry. I'll take care in the future. Luo Mengchang quickly apologized to the few of them. Her sweet smile was extremely charming. Then, Luo Mengchang left with the Abysmal Saint Tribe's team. The people from the Demon Eye Saint Tribe, who had been waiting on the other side, finally walked over. Looking at the fourth elder, Rao Failwan, and the others, Chu Hen's eyes darkened. Thank you! It wasn't a congratulation. It wasn't a compliment either. It was a thank you. The surrounding people were stunned by the fourth elder's words. Thank you for protecting the dignity of the Demon Eye Saint Tribe. The fourth elder said, sincerely. It sounded like he was treating them as outsiders. But in reality, Chu Hen's surname was Chu and the Demon Eye Saint Tribe's surname was Li. Speaking of which, the mission on Chu Hen's shoulders didn't take up much on the Demon Eye Saint Tribe side. However, he participated in the Sacred Clan Conference as a member of the Demon Eye Saint Tribe. Chu Hen smiled. Fourth Elder, you don't have to say much. I only know that my mother is from the Demon Eye Saint Tribe, and the blood of the Demon Eye Saint Tribe flows in my body. The fourth elder nodded, full of relief. The Heavenly Wolf Star Guard, Rao Failwan, said apologetically. My actions in the Demon Eye Saint Tribe were really despicable. I apologize for that. Me too. Li Kuan's face was full of guilt. We were too narrow-minded. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to protect the Demon Eye Saint Tribe. The past is in the past. Let it go with the wind. Previously it was because of Bai Chinyu. Chu Hen was angry at Li Kuan and Rao Failwan. However, after the Sacred Clan Conference, Chu Hen's opinion of the two changed, especially when Li Kuan defended the Demon Eye Saint Tribe's honor with his life, even though he knew he couldn't defeat the Thunder Kuan. Chu Hen admired him. Aren't you angry about the mistakes I've done in the past? Li Kuan said. I won't. To be honest, you're my distant cousin. As the younger cousin, what's wrong with being lectured by the older cousin? Chu Hen smiled. The word cousin instantly brought Chu Hen and the Demon Eye Saint Tribe closer together. Li Kuan was even more flattered. He didn't know what to say. Enemies had to take revenge. Relatives had to be close. There were some things that Chu Hen wouldn't care too much about. For those who truly cared about the Demon Eye Saint Tribe, the best choice was to let bygones be bygones. Seeing this, the fourth elder was the most gratified. He looked at Chu Hen meaningfully. Let's return to the Demon Eye Saint Tribe after we're done with the matters there. Return to the Demon Eye Saint Tribe? Chu Hen was startled for a moment. Then he looked at the fourth elder's meaningful eyes and nodded. All right, The fourth elder didn't say anything else and led the Demon Eye Saint Tribe away. The teams gathered at the Spiritual Empress Peak gradually moved further and further away. Anticipation when they came, regret when they left. The storm regarding the Sacred Clan Conference would continue to erupt. This time, it wasn't just the Midland. The whole world was about to boil. Behind the boiling world, there would definitely be a storm and dark tides gathering. Perhaps this world would once again undergo a great change. The storm that would sweep across the human realm was quietly brewing. Chapter 16, 67. As the Sacred Race Conference came to an end, the continents of the major domains were turned upside down, as if a storm had passed through, boiling. The entire territory of the human race was boiling over. It's finally over. This result is too unexpected. Yeah, I thought that the Samsara Saint clan was going to become the ruler of the human domain. Yu Shanin's loss was not undeserved. A pity was a pity, even though countless people thought that Yu Shening would win before the match. When Chu Hen's chaotic body and heart beast summoning appeared, no one had any objections to the result. The Sacred Race Conference. One battle to become a god. From the Light Saint clan's Morong Yao, the Darkness Saint clan's Linen, the Samsara Saint clan's Zhong Chishi, the Thunder Saint clan's Lei Kuan, the Dragon Blood Saint clan's Long Mia, the Samsara Saint clan's Yu Shanin, and the Chaos Saint clan's Sun Yuan. Chu Hen had achieved a miracle of defeating 7 people by himself. In the end, he stood at the peak of the Grand Canyon in an extraordinary manner. He announced to the world that the Demon Eye Saint clan's bloodline boundary was still the strongest. He also announced to the entire human domain that the chaotic body boundary had not disappeared. The day when chaos returned, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The Demon Eye Saint clan has risen, and chaos has returned. This world will not be peaceful again. The Southern Continent, Immortal Seal Domain, at the main peak of the Heavenly Mystery Palace. Master Mu Fei looked up at the moon that had lost its blood-red color. Even though the stars protecting the blood moon had already dispersed, that seemingly bright moon actually had an indescribable gloominess. Old man, what are you gloomy about? My brother won the championship. Are you not happy? Old Een Monkey, Hanyu, poked his head out sneakily. What a pity. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have seen Chu Hen win the championship with my own eyes. I will regret it for the rest of my life. I heard that even the Demon Eye Saint clan's heart beast and chaotic body appeared. There's also the Samsara Saint clan's Heavenly Tao and the Divine Eye Saint clan's 9-star Divine Eyes bloodline. I've lost so much this time. Samsara Heavenly Tao, 9-star Divine Eyes, Demon Eye Heart Beast, the chaotic body. In addition, there were many quasi-emperors competing against each other and 3 emperor-level experts descending upon the world. Without a doubt, the Sacred Race Convention this time around could be said to be the blossoming of 100 flowers, and it would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. For those who were unable to witness this scene with their own eyes, it could be considered a great loss. However, Mu Fei's expression was solemn. He shook his head, slightly. It might not be a good thing for the Demon Eye Sacred Clan to win. Not necessarily a good thing? Old Een Monkey frowned. Old man, I don't like what you're saying. Did my brother offend you? What's wrong with winning the championship? Mu Fei coldly looked back at the old Een Monkey. Human nature is complicated and full of mutual deceit and deception. Chu Rantian was the best example. Chu Rantian was mentioned again. Old Een Monkey's expression changed slightly. The corners of his eyes narrowed, and his expression became solemn. What do you know? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't meddle in things you shouldn't. I'm just asking. Is there something between the Chaos Race and the Demon Eye Sacred Clan? Mu Fei completely ignored old Een Monkey's questions. It was as if the Chaos Body and the Demon Eye Sacred Clan were a taboo to him. And when the two were added together, it was the taboo of the taboo. Sigh, a chaotic world must fight. Mu Fei let out a long sigh. In such a chaotic world, I do hope that race can take control of the human race. Otherwise what? Old Een Monkey asked. Mu Fei shook his head. Recently, blood has flowed in the eternal heavens, and the success of a general has withered thousands of bones. Although the heaven following does not exist, the heaven-defying corpses have formed mountains. The true chaotic world has only just begun. The The Sacred Race Convention had clearly ended, but from Mu Fei's words, it sounded as if this was merely a summon before the storm. "What nonsense are you spouting now, old fool?" Old Een Monkey scolded. He looked a little indifferent on the surface, but he seemed to smell an ominous aura in his heart. Could it be that the world was going to change again? If the situation were to change again, it would directly affect the entire human race. The Sacred Race Convention had ended. Although the various continents were in an uproar, many of the major forces and the sacred race were abnormally quiet. They did not know why. It was as if there was an undercurrent quietly surging under the storm. Kuan City. Heavy traffic, feasting and feasting. The entirety of Kuan City was filled with songs and dances. In order to celebrate Chu Hen winning the Sacred Race Convention, Mount Kunlia's lord, Gongyangyu, directly opened the gates of Kuan City and said that all the fine wine and delicacies in the city could be enjoyed unconditionally. He even gave the people in the city divine weapons, and many spirit pills and miraculous medicines at specific times. For a time, the already prosperous Kuan City was bustling with noise and excitement. "Why are you here?" Sect Leader Chiao of the Myriad World Sect and Hall Master Xing Yi of the Juhua Palace are here to congratulate you. At the top of the city gate tower, halfway up Mount Kunlia's mountain, Long Qingyang walked towards Chu Hen, who was sitting on the edge of the city gate tower. All of the human race was in an uproar. All of Kuan City was cheering. Only Chu Hen was sitting here alone. Chu Hen turned around and smiled. "Nothing much. I just wanted some peace and quiet. Is there something on your mind? Aren't you happy that you won the convention?" Long Qingyang asked. As he spoke, Long Qingyang took out 2 jugs of fine wine. He tossed one into Chu Hen's hands. He opened one himself. "Congratulations, haha." Chu Hen chuckled and nodded. He opened the flask and clinked glasses with Long Qingyang's before gulping down the bejeweled nectar. "Are you worried about something?" Long Qingyang asked. "I don't know." Chu Hen replied, his eyes filled with an inexplicable meaning. "I have a feeling that something big is about to happen." "Oh!" The Sacred Race Convention seems to be just the beginning. An even more violent storm is yet to come. Chu Hen glanced at Long Qingyang with a cautious expression. Long Qingyang's expression also grew more solemn. Before the Sacred Race Convention began, Chu Hen had already been under a lot of pressure. He had thought that he would be relieved of a burden after winning the championship. But from the looks of it, Chu Hen did not remove the weight on his body as he had imagined. "The Lightning Sacred Clan is a hidden danger," Long Qingyang said. Chu Hen smiled and did not refute. "Forget it. I might have been overthinking. Today is a happy day. Let's not talk about this." Then Chu Hen jumped down from the city wall. He hugged Long Qingyang's shoulder. "Big brother, are you and sister-in-law not getting married yet?" "Ha ha ha. I really can't hide anything from you. I was just about to tell you that I plan to marry Yurong in 3 days. You're not drunk, are you?" "What a joke. I'm serious, and I don't want to drag it out any longer." "That's good." The 2 brothers chatted as they walked toward the main hall of Kuan City. Tonight, the whole city was celebrating. 3 days later, Long Qingyang and Su Yurong held their wedding in Kuan City under the witness of Mount Kunliu's Gongyangyu, Thousand World Sect's Qiao Yong, palace of Juhua Xing Yi and Li Wushang. It was a very lively scene. Drums and gongs filled the air, and a sea of people filled the air. Many guests were celebrating. Although Luo Mingshang had been absent from Long Qingyang's wedding, she had sent a generous gift from the Saint Nether tribe. Just as Long Qingyang had said, he did not want to drag it out any longer. Su Yurong had been by his side for so many years without a word. Now the Sacred Race Convention was over. Everything had stabilized. Long Qingyang had fulfilled his promise. At the banquet, Long Zhan's face was beaming and he laughed heartily. Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Yi Yao, Chao Shaowan, and the rest all gave their sincere blessings as well. On the second day after Long Qingyang's wedding, Chu Hen and Li Wushang prepared to return to the Demon Eye tribe's Ziyu city. Chapter 1668. You're going back so soon? Not staying for a few more days? Outside Kuan City, Long Qingyang, Su Yorong, his wife, Long Zhan, and Long Xuanchuang looked at Chu Hen, who was about to return with Li Wushang. Chu Hen smiled. Fourth Elder should still be waiting for me. I'll go back and see what's going on. I'll go with you. Long Qingyang asked. Don't. Chu Hen quickly raised his hand. Big brother, you've just got married. You should spend more time with sister-in-law. You're not needed this time. Long Qingyang was speechless. Big brother Chu Hen, sister Xuanchuang, and I can go with you this time. We have nothing to do here anyway, Yi Yao suggested. Long Xuanchuang, who was at the side, raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Hen with a pleading gaze. This. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment, then replied, If you want to go, you can, but the Purple Imperial City is a bit boring. It's all right, I'm curious what the demonic Eye Sacred Clan's spatial realm looks like. Unable to resist Yi Yao's good intentions, Chu Hen did not insist. He looked at Li Wushang. It's fine, right? It's fine. Li Wushang replied. All right, then you two can come with me to Ziyu City. With that, Chu Hen turned to Long Qingyang, Su Yorong, and the rest. Big brother, the Sacred Clan Conference has just ended, so the Dragon Blood Sacred Clan shouldn't dare to do anything so soon. But you have to be careful. If anything happens, immediately send someone to inform me, or Meng Chang. Don't worry. I'll take care of it, Long Qingyang said. All right, then we'll leave now. After some reminders, Chu Hen, Li Wushang, Yi Yao, and Long Xuanchuang set off on their journey back to the Demonic Eye Sacred Clan. A few days later, Ziyu City. This time, the Demonic Eye Sacred Clan's attitude towards Chu Hen's arrival was completely different. The higher-ups of the clan all came to welcome him. Rao Feilwan, Li Kuin, Xiaoguang, and the others arrived as well. Even to the two outsiders, Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang, they were quite friendly. Where's Fourth Elder? In a simple and unadorned hall. Everyone was present except for the Fourth Elder. He's at the Violet Reborn Pond at the back of the mountain. Go look for him, Rao Feilwan said. All right, Chu Hen nodded, and then he turned around and said to Li Kuin and the others, Help me look after my second sister, and little Yao. I will. Li Kuin smiled gently. Big brother Chu Hen, you don't have to worry about us. The Purple Imperial City is quite big. Sister Xuanchuang and I can adapt to it by ourselves. All right, do as you wish. Long Xuanchuang also nodded. Then, Chu Hen left the hall alone and headed towards the back of the mountain according to Li Wushang's instructions. Chu Hen moved in the air, riding the wind as he flew. He passed by numerous imposing and magnificent buildings in the Violet Imperial City, and finally arrived at a group of mountains with verdant hills and limpid water. The mountain range was like a pillar supporting the sky. The undulating mountains and forests were like the long river of stars that spilled on the ground. Soon, Chu Hen sensed the aura of the Fourth Elder. He passed through 2 canyons and then arrived above a stream. Looking down at the bottom of the stream, a clear pool first entered Chu Hen's eyes. The pool was not wide. It was only 50 to 60 meters wide, but the water quality was excellent. The clear blue water wasn't polluted at all, giving people a very serene feeling. The pool was surrounded by steep and smooth mountain walls, and on the north side there was a strange dhow platform. The dhow platform was not wide, but the structure was very exquisite. There were railings carved with white jade on both sides. On the flat rock wall behind the dhow platform, there was a pattern of a pair of eyes glowing with an evil aura. The huge eyes were demonic and evil, like the eyes of the demon god. The Fourth Elder was standing next to the pool at the edge of the dhow platform. Seeing Chu Hen coming, he raised his old eyes slightly and waved his hand. Whoosh! With a rapid flow of air, Chu Hen's figure flashed, and he steadily landed next to the Fourth Elder. Are you done with the matters outside? The fourth elder opened his mouth and said this. Chu Hen was stunned at first, and then nodded with a little doubt. May I know why the fourth elder asked me to come here? This is one of the cultivation places of the demon I Emperor. The fourth elder said. Oh. Chu Hen was stunned. He looked around again. The environment in the stream was very beautiful. Although it was surrounded by steep mountain walls, it did not feel stuffy at all. Even at the edge of the pond, one could vaguely feel the cool breeze of the mountain stream blowing in through the gaps between the rocks at the edge of the pond. This place can really calm people down. Chu Hen tried to feel it and said. The fourth elder smiled slightly. But Chu Hen paused and then continued, I still don't understand why the fourth elder asked me to come here. Look down, the fourth elder replied. Look down? Chu Hen looked at the pool in front of him. The fourth elder nodded and confirmed. With some confusion, Chu Hen could not help but take a few steps forward. Then he stood next to the pool and looked at the pool in confusion. A gentle breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the surface of the pool. Chu Hen observed carefully. The clear water revealed a bit of coldness, and he could vaguely see a few schools of fish that were as thin as a finger. But other than that, there was nothing special. However, just as Chu Hen was about to look away, a strange space rhythm quietly rippled in the depths of the pool. Suddenly, an inexplicable throbbing rushed into Chu Hen's mind without any warning. In an instant, Chu Hen's dark and deep eyes quietly turned into a pair of demonic purple eyes. Li. With a sharp sound, the scene in front of Chu Hen rapidly unfolded and overlapped. Everywhere his eyes looked, it was like passing through layers of cylindrical whirlpools. Through the layers of water, Chu Hen's eyes directly reached the bottom of the pool that was thousands of feet deep. At the bottom of the deep pool, tens of thousands of talisman patterns intertwined, like a mysterious constellation hidden in the vast stars. Especially mysterious and luxurious light intertwined into mysterious and unpredictable complex patterns. And in the center of the ancient talisman array, a halo lingering with a dense purple mist was suspended in it. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and the power of the demonic eyes slowly passed through the purple mist and tried to invade the inside of the halo. Li. In the next moment, a more powerful wave of air trembled and invaded the depths of Chu Hen's soul. The aura that made people feel infinite awe and tremble immediately occupied Chu Hen's mind. Chu Hen's face suddenly changed dramatically. He saw that the moment the halo opened, a purple demonic eye impressively reflected in Chu Hen's mind. In the depths of the purple eye, 9 black dots slowly chased and rotated, like the stars that moved around the sun. Chu Hen's heart suddenly shrank, and he felt his scalp go numb, and the blood flow in his body accelerated sharply. He subconsciously took a few steps back. A pair of purple eyes stared at the fourth elder in front of him with astonishment. The latter looked at Chu Hen's slightly pale, handsome face with incomparable seriousness. His throat gently moved, and he spat out a few words in a heavy and clear voice. That is, the eyes of the demonic Eye Emperor. Chapter 1669. That's the demonic Eye Emperor's eye. The fourth elder's tone was deep, as if every word he spoke contained the weight of a mountain. Chu Hen's expression changed again and again. He squinted his eyes in shock and suspicion as he looked at the fourth elder. The fourth elder nodded slightly and looked elsewhere as he slowly explained to Chu Hen. Back then, the demonic Eye Emperor and Emperor had a battle on Mount Tianwang in the Firmament Palace. Both of them did not have a good ending. The fate of being enemies for 10,000 years was determined by that battle. In that battle, not only did the demonic Eye Emperor and Emperor both die, they even destroyed one of each other's eyes before they died. Both die! Hearing these 4 words, Chu Hen's heart couldn't help but faintly tighten. Although he did not personally witness the battle between the 2 emperors, He could totally imagine the hatred and resentment that was produced after the battle. Looking at the silent Chu Hen, the fourth elder's eyes flashed with helplessness. He then said, "To be honest, the grudges of the previous generation shouldn't have been carried over to your generation. I didn't ask you to come here today to expose the grudges between the two clans and the crimes they committed. Everyone knows that there's a war in troubled times. Whether it's Emperor Bai or our demonic I Emperor, there's no absolute right or wrong. At least from what I can see, she has nothing to do with what happened back then." Hearing the fourth elder's words, Chu Hen's heart calmed down a little. There was also a hint of relief in his eyes. "The fourth elder asked me to inherit the demonic I Emperor's power?" Chu Hen asked directly. "That's right, but not entirely correct." "Oh!" "Don't be hasty. Listen to me slowly." And Chu Hen's eyebrows overflowed with some seriousness. "Although you've secured the demonic I Saint clan's position by winning the Sacred Clan Convention this time, the troublesome matter will not end just because of this. After all, he was the oldest and most experienced old monster in the demonic I Saint clan." The fourth elder was older, but his heart was clearer. He could see things more clearly than anyone else. "You mean the Thunder Saint clan?" Chu Hen asked. The fourth elder affirmed. "We can be sure that the Thunder Saint clan will be the first to bear the brunt. Won't the other strongest Saint clans interfere?" After asking, Chu Hen felt that he had asked the question in vain. The situation of the 10 strongest sacred clans was complicated to begin with. Under the seemingly peaceful exterior, there were actually undercurrents surging. Take the Sacred Race Convention this time as an example. Every race wanted to stop the Reincarnation Saint clan from winning the championship, so that the Reincarnation Emperor could control the Celestial Darch token and become the ruler of the human race. Meanwhile, the emperors of the Antiquity Sacred Race, the Dragon Blood Sacred Race, and the other races also had ulterior motives. The conflicts between the various saint clans were something that could not be seen, but it was something that could not be thought of right now, due to the Sacred Race Convention's extraordinary pressure on the Demon Pupil Sacred Clan. The secret that Chu Hen possessed the chaotic body and the Demon Pupil Sacred Body, the two shocking bloodline boundaries, had already been made public, especially when it was revealed that his parents were Chu, Rantian, and Lijixia. Chu Hen must have attracted the attention of the other sacred clans. He was such a monster. He believed that there would not be anyone who would dare to let Chu Hen continue to grow. Although it was impossible to guess what the emperors of the strongest sacred clans were thinking, the Thunder Saint clan would definitely not sit still. "So you want to use the Demon Pupil Emperor's eyes to quickly increase your strength to fight against the Thunder Emperor?" Chu Hen's expression was solemn. The fourth elder nodded, a hint of guilt in his murky eyes. "I know that you have to bear a lot, but I really can't find a second suitable person. Before this, the Demon Pupil Sacred Race had put almost all their hopes on Li Kuan. However, because of the disaster the Demon Pupil Sacred Race was facing, the clan's resources were too scarce. Although Li Kuan's bloodline wasn't weak, it was difficult for him to carry the flag. Coupled with the pressure on his shoulders, Li Kuan almost died at the hands of the Thunder Kuan during the Sacred Race Conference. Therefore, the Demon Pupil Sacred Race's only hope rested on Chu Hen's shoulders. Chu Hen didn't say much. His gaze turned to the pond in front of him again. The deep pond water exuded a trace of coolness, and light flickered faintly at the bottom of the pond. It seemed to contain everything and contained a vast galaxy. Right now, Chu Hen was at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Naturally, he couldn't fight against the Thunder Emperor. Even if he entered the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be a match for a great emperor. However, the most important thing was that Chu Hen could summon the Heart Beast. Once he entered the Emperor realm, he would definitely be able to control the Heart Beast's power further. Even if he couldn't defeat the Thunder Emperor, he would at least be able to put up a fight. I wonder if the Demon Pupil Emperor's eyes can help me break through the limits of the Emperor realm? Chu Hen murmured worriedly. After all, this concerned the survival of the demon pupil sacred race, and the pressure Chu Hen felt was much greater than any other time in the past. The fourth elder stared at Chu Hen's young and handsome face solemnly. There's a door of profound secrets hidden in that eye. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The door of profound principles? Chu Hen raised an eyebrow. His eyes were filled with confusion. Following that, the fourth elder explained everything to Chu Hen in great detail, word by word. That is the strongest legacy that the demon pupil emperor left for his descendants. As the saying goes, the mountain is unpredictable, and the water is unpredictable. Even though it had always been at its peak in the past 10,000 years, all the Almighties understood one thing, and that was that no powerful force or group could last forever. Especially after witnessing the fall of the Chaos God clan, the demon pupil emperor paid more attention to preparing for a rainy day. Therefore, the demonic eye emperor used his supreme eye power to set up a forbidden technique in his eyes a long time ago. The forbidden technique is called the profound door. Inside the profound door is the eye technique that the demonic eye emperor has developed after 10,000 years of comprehension and research. If you're able to comprehend the profoundness within it, you'll definitely benefit immensely. An eye skill that was developed after 10,000 years of research and understanding. And the name of the demon pupil emperor. Chu Hen's heart trembled. This was truly an unimaginably huge inheritance of treasures. Why wait until now? Asked Chu Hen. Since the demon pupil emperor had left behind such a shocking legacy, Li Kuan wouldn't have lost to the Thunder Kuan if it was given to him. However, the fourth elder shook his head. Because there's only one chance. Oh! The only ones who know about the door of profound secrets are me and the other 3 elders who died in the battle. Other than keeping it a top secret, sealing the 10,000 years of inheritance energy in the door of profound secrets has also exhausted a huge amount of energy. It doesn't matter if it's opened or not. The eye will self-destruct if it's touched. Chu Hen realized the seriousness of the matter when he heard the fourth elder's words. Although Emperor Demon Eye had used his supreme power to seal his powerful inheritance in the demonic eye he had left behind, he was unable to preserve it for eternity. Moreover, judging from the fourth elder's tone, the door of profound principles might not be fully opened. There was clearly a risk involved. Chu Hen felt even more pressured when he thought about this. If he made a mistake, not only would he not be able to obtain the secret left behind by the demon pupil emperor, he might even lose the last eye of the demon pupil emperor. However, he had no choice but to release the arrow. With regards to the demon eye Saint Clan situation, Chu Hen no longer had any way out. Then he let out a deep breath. His eyes glowed with a strange light. I know what to do now. The fourth elder nodded meaningfully. It's good if it succeeds, but if it doesn't, there's no need to force it. Chu Hen smiled. I understand. With that, Chu Hen's gaze returned to the deep pool. At the bottom of the dark and ice-cold, clear pond, thousands of complicated lights flickered, as if there were stars hidden in the vast universe. Over there, a demon god's eye that had been sealed for a long time slowly emitted a shocking aura. Chapter 1670. Quercus Pond. On the southern cliff, the fourth elder's hunched back was like a barren mountain range, giving off the feeling of being blown away by the wind. He stared at the stream below him with his muddy eyes. Chu Hen sat at the center of the dowel platform at the side of the violet reborn pond. His hands were lightly placed on his knees, and his eyes were lightly closed. He breathed in and out evenly, as if he was one with the surrounding airflow. Everyone could feel the existence of his aura. I hope this time won't be as short-lived as before, the fourth elder murmured to himself. Chaotic times are bound to fight, and our goal is only to survive. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, the sun had already risen in the west. The young figure sitting beside the Quercus Pond did not move at all. He looked like a statue without any aura. The fourth elder had been quietly guarding the mountain wall for a whole day. He seemed to be guarding the demonic Saint Clan's last hope. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong spatial rhythm spread out from the stream below. The fourth elder's eyes lit up. He glanced down and saw circles of strange ripples on the surface of the pool. Whoosh! It sounded like a gentle breeze blowing on the surface of the water. Thousands of strands of purple light looked like aquatic plants and spirit vines that extended from the bottom of the pond. The dazzling and complicated light patterns spread towards the surface of the pond. They quickly spread to the area around the dhow platform where Chu Hen was. Along with the increasingly astonishing spatial rhythm, countless complicated purple talismans were like the stems and leaves of a Boston creeper, climbing up and down the surrounding steep rock walls. Then, something even more surprising happened. However, the water in the deep pool below slowly broke free from the gravity of the Earth's core and floated above the stream. The fourth elder was slightly surprised. More and more water left the pond and gathered above. Then, under the fourth elder's surprised gaze, the entire space of the Quercus pond seemed to be reversed. A large area of the pond water covered the sky and covered the top of the stream. It gave people the feeling that Chu Hen was in a space surrounded by water, like a curtain of water covering the sky. The refraction of light, coupled with the exquisite and complicated secret scroll, instantly gave the entire space an indescribable, dreamy feeling. Crash! Immediately after, the bottom of the pool that had sunk to a depth of nearly 1,000 feet split in the middle, accompanied by an astonishing energy fluctuation. A small whirlpool of purple light slowly rose from the bottom of the deep pool. The fourth elder's expression became extremely solemn. His wrinkled old face was tense. The whirlpool of light flickered with beautiful purple tassels, as if it was the essence of the stars in the vast universe. The invisible gravitational force caused the light vortex to gradually approach Chu Hen's position. The aura released by the two caused the space around them to distort in a strange way. Screech! At this moment, Chu Hen's eyes widened, and a strong aura pulsed in his demonic purple pupils. As if it had been summoned by some strange force, the purple whirlpool floating in front of Chu Hen suddenly expanded. Like a gathering storm, circles of purple hurricane pillars swept out in all directions. Swoosh! Whoosh! Beams of purple light surrounded Chu Hen and diverged, accompanied by an extremely powerful, extraordinary aura. A flowing shadow slowly appeared in the purple whirlpool in front of Chu Hen. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and the 8 black spots in the depths of his eyes were triggered. A purple eye with peerless majesty and dominance quietly reflected in Chu Hen's field of vision. Buzz! An especially astonishing power was wantonly moving, and the space where Chu Hen was faintly cracking. In an instant, Chu Hen felt the universe turn upside down, and his consciousness seemed to be pulled into the depths of a strange whirlpool tunnel. Buzz! The curtain of water that shrouded the stream slightly swayed, and the fourth elder walked out of it alone. Leaning on his walking stick, he looked back at the stream covered by the water curtain and murmured, "It's up to you now." Purple Imperial City, Rear City, Li Wushang, Rao Feilwan Li Kuin, and the others stood on the city tower and looked in the direction of the purple, rejuvenated pond. They could vaguely see the purple light, secret tone that reflected the sky. It was a kind of inheritance light. Before this, although only the fourth elder knew about the Eye of Profound Secrets, the fourth elder was the only one who knew about it. However, at this point, the fourth elder still told everyone about this matter. Although they were surprised, they were more pleasantly surprised. It seems that the eye techniques created by the demonic Eye Emperor will reappear in the world. Heavenly Wolf Star, Guard, Rao Feilwan murmured. "I'm really looking forward to it." Li Wushang said softly. On the side, Li Kuan had a slightly complicated expression. He said he wasn't envious. It was definitely a lie. But after the life and death battle at the Sacred Race Conference, Li Kuan had learned a lot. There were some things that no matter how much faith one had, it was useless. He's more suitable than me. Li Kuan thought. Then, the fourth elder slowly ascended the city tower. The others hurriedly walked up. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. There was no need to say anything else. Close all the passages to the outside world. The fourth elder said to Rao Failwan. Rao Failwan nodded solemnly. Got it. It was obvious that the demonic Eye Sacred Clan would forbid everyone from going out for a while, and no one would be allowed in. It'll work, right? Rao Failwan asked again. The fourth elder didn't answer. Li Wushang raised his eyebrows. I'll vote for it. Me too. Li Kuan agreed. The two couldn't help but smile at each other. But the fourth elder didn't look relaxed. After all, he had witnessed too much. He had hoped too much. At the same time, he had been disappointed too much. No one could be sure until the very last moment. There was a moment of silence. The fourth elder opened his eyes and said, If it fails, the few of them were shocked. All of you will lead the younger generation of the clan to seek refuge with the abysmal, sacred clan. Hearing the fourth elder's words, Li Wushang, Rao Failwan, and Li Kuan fell into silence. Do we have to do that? Li Wushang asked. I can only say that I don't want it to come to that. It was obvious that the fourth elder had already prepared for the worst. Of course, the demonic Eye Sacred Clan could also send aid to the abysmal Sacred Clan. With the relationship between Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang, the abysmal Sacred Clan wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. But it had been so many years. The demonic Eye Sacred Clan was already sullen enough. If it really came to the moment of life and death, the only thing the fourth elder could do was to protect the demonic Eye Sacred Clan's honor and a part of the demonic Eye bloodline. At this very moment, the outside world was still being eroded by the storm. The tremors from the Sacred Clan Conference had yet to subside, and behind this turbulent world, there were dark hands that were like nightmares, silently opening their claws. Clang! The long lightning was like a dragon's claw that tore the night sky apart. My lord, that Chu brat has returned to the demonic Eye Sacred Clan, on the throne in the cold and dark hall. A pair of cold eyes suddenly opened, flashing with a sharp electric light like a sharp blade of the night. Murderous intent. It spread quietly. Humph, the demonic Eye Sacred Clan. This time I will uproot you. Chapter 1671. In the vast and boundless space, Chu Hen was like a speck of dust floating in an endless galaxy. The universe was changing and the stars were moving. It was like a dream, real and fake at the same time. It was hard to tell whether it was a mental journey or crossing the boundary of space. Swoosh! Suddenly, a purple beam of light fell from the sky, like the light of the firmament that pierced through the dreamy and hazy chaos after tens of thousands of years. Storms constantly gathered in the sky. Above Chu Hen's head, purple light spots gradually emerged one after another. The light spots were scattered in different places. They were like stars scattered on a chessboard and decorated with diamonds. Buzz! Then the firmament light that sprinkled down from the primal chaos void directly pierced through one of the light spots. Accompanied by a strange spatial rhythm, the light beam was refracted once again, and then it passed through another light spot. Then, one after another, the purple light beam diverged and connected to the other light spots. It was an extremely spectacular scene. It was like an ancient constellation in the infinite night sky appeared in Chu Hen's sight. Not only was it amazing, but it also made him feel like he was there. Whoosh! Whoosh! The purple light beams intertwined with each other, crisscrossing. It was like a mysterious talisman array that had existed for hundreds of millions of years had taken shape in the galaxy. The speed at which the light beams moved was extremely fast. However, in Chu Hen's mind, every single detail and every single angle of the scene that he sketched out was presented in a very three-dimensional form. The whole world. It was like Chu Hen's domain space. Everything that happened inside was clear. Buzz. Soon, a particularly magnificent three-dimensional constellation pattern was constructed in the sky in front of Chu Hen. The pattern was very complicated. It was also very delicate. And in the center of the giant constellation-like array, a round gate of heaven awakening glowed with dazzling light. The gate slowly turned like a wheel of time. The gate of profound secrets. Chu Hen's heart slightly trembled. Rumble. Suddenly, the 9 heavens shook, and the wind was fierce. Boundless purple flames suddenly rose into the sky. Screech, along with a howl that caused one's soul to tremble. A pair of enormous violet eyes that seemed like the eyes of an ancient demon god suddenly appeared in the sky above the door of secrets. The aura that overlooked the sky was like a mountain. Chu Hen suddenly felt as if he was standing in front of a peerless witch spirit. An immense pressure surged into his heart. An indescribable sense of fear caused the flow of his blood to faintly speed up. In the face of such a terrifying pressure, Chu Hen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. Chu Hen's gaze was fixed on the door of profound secrets within the three-dimensional constellation pattern. His bewitching purple eyes also released an extraordinary aura. "Open!" Chu Hen shouted in a deep voice. Buzz. As if it had been summoned by some ancient force, the door of abstruse principles in the constellation pattern gradually sped up. The talisman inscribed on it was also shining with a luxurious radiance. Then, as the space shook uneasily, a lock-like crack appeared in the middle of the door of abstruse principles. The interlocking cracks gradually opened, and as the constellation pattern that connected heaven and earth erupted with a dazzling light, a door of apocalyptic enlightenment that connected another plane of space opened. Buzz. Tens of thousands of purple swirls of shadow wings swept out from the back of the heaven-opening gate. The eyes of the purple demon god that floated above the constellation pattern released a terrifying aura that was rapid and powerful. Chu Hen's pupils rapidly shrank to the size of a needle. Behind the door of apocalyptic enlightenment, countless dreamy and unique scenes began to be reflected in Chu Hen's head. Whoosh! In an instant, Chu Hen's mind trembled. At this moment, within his eyes, it was as if billions of stars and the boundless universe were being reflected. Chu Hen's field of vision was constantly being enlarged and broadened. The world that his eyes saw was as if it was being split apart by a giant axe that could split open the heavens. All sorts of profound mysteries that were all-encompassing were unraveled layer by layer like silk being spun out of a cocoon. From a desert to a forest, from a mountain to a stream, from a river to a river, the stars and moon changed positions. The evolution of all things, the alternation of day and night, the evolution of the world, and the migration of people from ancient times to modern times. Many scenes of the universe, changing and the world changing and changing, constantly surged into Chu Hen's mind. Every scene he saw, every moment, it was as if he was there and immersed in it. Chu Hen's vision and state of mind were opened at an extremely rapid speed. Buzz. Suddenly, in the instant when Chu Hen's field of vision was filled with millions of stars, an incomparably huge demonic god's hand actually lifted up the largest star from below. Its 5 fingers spread open, and then with a power that could cover the sky, it firmly grasped the star in its hand. The shock that came from his vision almost made Chu Hen's heart explode. Behind the demon god's hand, there was a demon spirit of destruction wearing flowing light armor and a helmet on its head, as if it was the ruler of this world. In its other hand, it held a heavenly halberd. The heavenly halberd had 3 blades. The halberd in the middle was like a spear, and there were curved blades on both sides. Flowing purple flames covered the entire body of the halberd. The heavenly halberd contained endless divine power exuding a peerless sharpness that could shatter the galaxy. Looking at the demon spirit of destruction, Chu Hen suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was faintly flowing backward. It was like an ancient demon spirit that guarded the world, causing people to feel infinite fear and horror. Bang! With a heavy earth-shattering sound, the star that was held in the other party's hand suddenly exploded in the middle. Mighty and vigorous air waves exploded, and a shocking purple light wave mixed with billions of nebula fragments spread out. The mountain is impermanent, the water is impermanent, the mystery is infinite. To bless the Demon Eye Saint clan, eternal existence, the vast and boundless momentum seemed to come from the mouth of a giant. Then, under Chu Hen's shocked gaze, the huge giant slowly opened its palm towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes trembled faintly, and every inch of blood vessels in his body contracted. Purple Imperial City. Noni, don't run too far. In a square garden in the city, Yi Yao looked at the yin-yang beast Noni, who was chasing butterflies from afar, and then turned to look at the sky above the back mountain in the north of the city. It's almost been 10 days, and there's still no movement from Big Brother Chu Hen. Not far away, Long Xuanchuang also looked in that direction, and her beautiful eyebrows also surged with a bit of solemnity. It should be soon. I heard from Senior Li Wushang that Big Brother Chu Hen received the inheritance of the Demon Eye Emperor. If it goes well, he will be able to fight against the Thunder Saint clan, but if he fails, he won't fail. Before Yi Yao finished, Long Xuanchuang said with certainty. Yi Yao was startled. She vaguely felt that Long Xuanchuang's emotions were not quite right. In Big Sister Xuanchuang's heart, Big Brother Chu Hen should be more important than anyone else, right? Long Xuanchuang was startled. She looked at Yi Yao and found that the young girl at that time had gradually become mature and sensible without her noticing. Every word and action, every look, every change of expression, Yi Yao could also sense some information from it. How could it be? Long Xuanchuang smiled slightly. He is as important as my family. Yi Yao smiled, but she didn't say anything more. She had grown up. She knew that some things could be asked and some things shouldn't be asked. Some things, even if she asked, she wouldn't get the real answer. The galaxy was endless, vast and boundless. The dazzling constellation array was like a multi-dimensional space layer. A giant, hidden in the darkness, stood tall in the sky. Its left hand was open. It emitted the supreme power of holding the stars. And, in the center of the giant left hand, Chu Hen was like a tiny grain of sand sitting in the palm. He looked extremely small. Chu Hen's eyes were open. However, what was surprising was that his eyes were especially vicissitudes, as if he had lived in this world for countless years. In a short period of about 10 days. For Chu Hen, it was like thousands or tens of thousands of years had passed. He had witnessed countless wind, frost, snow, rain, and the vicissitudes of time. Under the inheritance of the Eye of Mystery of the demonic Eye Emperor, Chu Hen seemed to have passed through a long tunnel of time and felt countless storms. The sea turned into mulberry fields. The forest moved into the river, passing through countless crowded crowds. Under the mystery, the profound meaning was comprehended. Chapter 1672. The passage of time, the endless river. The profound understanding left by the Demon Eye Great Emperor seemed to let Chu Hen pass through a long life, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life in a time tunnel, swaying in the wind and rain. The huge hand that covered the sky exuded an extraordinary aura that could hold the stars. Chu Hen sat on the palm of the huge hand, as small as a grain of sand. Even the clear lines that appeared on the palm were like ravines all over Chu Hen's body, motionless, like a rock. Chu Hen's eyes were full of vicissitudes, like the eyes of an old man who had lived in this world for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, guarding the reincarnation. Hum! Suddenly, a strange space rhythm spread out from Chu Hen's body. Screech! The loud sound of air waves was like the whistling of the wind. Chu Hen's eyes suddenly flashed a purple light. Then, reincarnation reversed, mulberry fields receded, and the depths of Chu Hen's eyes flashed with the birth and rotation of thousands of worlds, accompanied by the huge purple demon eyes above the chaos, glowing with evil charm. Between heaven and earth, the purple dense airflow rose like a hurricane. Come out. Chu Hen's voice seemed to pass through thousands of years, spreading in his throat. Bang! A heavy explosion sounded, and the void on the left side of Chu Hen actually collapsed. The shattered space was like a broken mirror, together with countless space cracks. A huge black shadow that seemed to originate from the dark abyss slowly emerged. Roar! The low roar caused the space to tremble, and the ancient and deep aura seemed to originate from the dark river, from the star field. The monstrous and peerless murderous aura was like a tsunami, chilling to the bone. The incomparably huge body was daunting. The black shadow was like a towering mountain, with a body that was taller than a lion or tiger. Its neck was like a snake, its front claws like an eagle, and its back claws like a tiger. There was a pair of deer horns on its head, and on its back there were 8 pairs of huge wings. The front and back 4 pairs of wings were relatively large. The 4 pairs in the middle were smaller. It was like a prehistoric giant lurking in the darkness. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make people feel boundless fear. Heart beast. At this moment, Chu Hen could clearly sense the other party's aura. He could also more intuitively feel the terrifying power that originated from its body. You don't have to hide anymore. Then Chu Hen spoke again, along with the sound of his voice. Buzz. On the other side, in the sky above the chaos, circles after circles of space rhythmically appeared, like ripples on the surface of the water, rippling in the world and in the depths of Chu Hen's soul. Following which, the distorted space was torn apart by a terrifying evil aura. In an instant, a flat and vast path to the heavens appeared in the air, along with a bridge made of bones and a dark and gloomy blood-colored throne. A pair of pitch-black eyes that were like a black abyss looked down at Chu Hen with an indifferent attitude of a monarch looking down at the world. That pair of black eyes without any white was like an endless black hole vortex, as if it wanted to pull the entire world into it. The giant, blood-colored scythe in his hand symbolized destruction, represented slaughter. Traces of blood patterns dripped down along the scythe's blade, bright like the blood of living creatures. The incomparably powerful auras squeezed together, and the entire space appeared to be in a state of collapse. However, just at that time, Chu Hen's pair of muddy eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life returned to their normal, pitch-black clarity. But soon after, they became deep and cold again. Between his brows, there was an extraordinary and exceptional domineering aura of a king. "This is your last chance," an indifferent and somewhat flirtatious voice spat out from Chu Hen's mouth. In the next moment, a monstrous evil aura erupted from one side. The other side released endless evil aura. Along with the collapse of the sunken space, the demon god's purple eyes that glowed with an evil aura behind Chu Hen were like 2 stars, shining with extraordinary splendor. Thousands of streaks of light whistled through the world. Chu Hen's pitch-black eyes also turned demonic purple. 8 black dots appeared in the depths of his pupils and rotated in a clockwise direction. At the same time, powerful energy waves stacked up. Clang! Rumble! The 3 forces surged like a surging tide. In an instant, the entire chaotic space ushered in the collapse of all directions. Violet Imperial City. It's almost been a month. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. The 4th elder, Li Wushang, Rao Failwan, and the other Demon Eye sacred clan members, as well as Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang, would stand in the sky of the Violet Imperial City Tower almost every day, observing the movements at Violet Rejuvenated Pond. Looking from afar, The sky above Violet Rejuvenated Pond was still shrouded by a water membrane that resembled a sky curtain. Apart from the purple radiance that it emitted becoming more intense, there weren't many other changes. That kid Chu Hen should feel like it's been thousands of years, right? Rao Failwan said thoughtfully. Thousands of years? Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang were stunned. Why? Yi Yao asked. Rao Failwan smiled and shook her head. A day of comprehension is like 100 years. In the blink of an eye, he might have already experienced the transformation of the sea into a field, and the transformation of the mountains into valleys. Clearly, Yao didn't understand what he was talking about. Doesn't that mean that big brother Chu Hen is already thousands of years old? Hee. Li Wushang was also amused. He explained, of course his actual age is the same as now, but his state of mind and vision are definitely far beyond ours. He might even have reached the level of the demon I Sacred Clan. So that's how it is. I thought big brother Chu Hen would become an old man when he comes out. Yao nodded, not fully understanding. The others couldn't help but smile at the other's imagination. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation came from the back of the mountain. Everyone was startled. Their gazes all turned in the direction of the Violet Reborn Pond. Swoosh! Whoosh! Beams of purple light pierced through the layers of water curtains and heavenly splendor, like starlight, blossoming in all directions on the ground. That is, he's coming out. Everyone was surprised and happy, but also a little nervous at the same time. Whether or not Chu Hen had successfully opened the door in the Eye of Profound Secrets was still an unknown for the time being. Chi! Ka! Streaks of gorgeous purple light beams burst forth with extremely powerful, penetrative power. They were like countless sharp arrows, not only shattering the water curtain that shrouded the sky, but also piercing through the surrounding mountain peaks and rock walls. Looking at the rock wall that was quickly torn apart, like tofu, everyone's face was full of astonishment. The Emperor Realm! Li Kuan exclaimed. The Emperor Realm! It couldn't be wrong. The fourth elder's face was also filled with excitement. It's a success. However, while everyone was still in high spirits, the sky above the Violet Rejuvenated Pond and the entire back of the mountain didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. A huge storm instantly engulfed the sky above the ninth heaven. Clang, thunder roared, and the world changed. An unprecedented aura of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth. Violent bolts of black lightning tore through the sky like the claws of a giant dragon. An apocalyptic scene began to appear within the realm of innocence. This is... The demon I Sacred Clan members' expressions changed drastically. Meanwhile, the fourth elder's arm was trembling uneasily. His eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. The great Emperor Tribulation. Chapter 1673. Grand Emperor Tribulation. The fourth elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Wushang, Rao Failwan, Long Xuanxuang, Yi Yao, and the rest of the demonized Saint Clan were all in disbelief. Rumble! A storm gathered in the sky above the Violet Imperial City. The entire realm of innocence was plunged into darkness as if doomsday had arrived. The 9 heavens paled and the clouds raged. The black tribulation cloud that blotted out the sky was like a giant terrifying millstone that stirred the sky, shrouding both inside and outside the purple imperial city. An extremely majestic and chaotic aura swept out in all directions and quickly spread throughout the realm of innocence. How is this possible? Heavenly Wolf Star Guard, Rao Failwan was shocked. Li Kuan, Li Wushang, and the other higher-ups of the demonized Saint Clan couldn't believe the earth-shattering, lightning tribulation storm before them. The storm was like a tide, terrifying like countless giant black dragons circling around each other. Li Kuan frowned as he stared at the fourth elder and asked, "Is this really the Grand Emperor Tribulation?" The fourth elder's arms trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Since ancient times, There had been countless outstanding and talented monstrous geniuses in the world. However, whether it was the monstrous geniuses or the mighty figures of the human race with extremely powerful bloodlines, none of them had been able to surpass the martial emperor realm and become a martial emperor. The great emperor tribulation has been triggered after reaching the emperor stage. I'm afraid such a case has never happened before and will never happen again, right? Rao Feilwan said coldly. No, this has happened 3 times in history. The 4th elder confirmed. What? Everyone was shocked. However, the 4th elder's expression was extremely solemn. However, out of the 3 times in history, not a single person has successfully completed the tribulations. 2 of them only managed to survive the first emperor's tribulation before they were blasted into smithereens by the second emperor's tribulation. As for the last one, although he managed to survive the last emperor's tribulation with the help of his clansmen and companions, his purple mansion's Saint Soul and meridians were shattered by the strongest emperor's tribulation at the last moment. Even though he managed to survive, he became a cripple. After hearing the 4th elder's words, everyone present trembled in fear. Even Li Wushang's face turned a bit pale. An emperor realm expert could become a great emperor after successfully passing the monarch tribulation. On the other hand, those who didn't undergo the emperor's tribulation, or those who failed to pass the emperor's tribulation, remained at the emperor realm. Since ancient times, there were quite a few who had stepped into the emperor realm. For example, the Light Sacred Clan, the Darkness Sacred Clan, the 5 Elements Sacred Clan, the Heavenly Mystery Palace, the Spirit Embossment Peak, and many other sects and forces all had martial emperors. However, there were only a few who were fortunate enough to experience the sovereign tribulation and become martial emperors. Especially 10,000 years ago, after the chaotic war broke out between the human race's territory and the God-forbidden blood prison, the human race lost several world-shaking, passerby emperors such as the Fortune Creation Emperor and the Ice Emperor. As a result, the human race had even fewer emperors. Time slipped away. Over the years, only one person, the Lightning Emperor, had successfully passed the emperor's tribulation and achieved the title of emperor. However, the Thunderbolt Emperor had broken through to the great emperor realm many years ago. After countless years of accumulation, he had a very solid foundation. Looking at the sacred race emperors, they had all made ample preparations to achieve the title of emperor. Right now, Chu Hen had just stepped into the emperor realm, but he had already attracted the emperor calamity. While everyone was shocked, they were also extremely anxious. After all, the previous 3 examples had all ended in failure. We have to stop him, 4th elder said without hesitation. Li Wushang and Rao Feilwan looked at each other and saw the complicated look in each other's eyes. It was possible to stop the sovereign tribulation before it descended. However, that also meant that Chu Hen would have to give up the chance to achieve the title of emperor. He had no idea when he would be able to comprehend the tribulation of a great monarch again. It was even possible that he would never be able to sense the sovereign tribulation. Hurry up, don't hesitate, 4th elder yelled. He naturally knew what Li Wushang and Rao Feilwan were thinking. If Chu Hen succeeded in passing the sovereign tribulation, the Demon Eye Sacred Clan would have a great emperor. The Demon Eye Sacred Clan would rise again. However, 4th elder didn't dare to take the risk. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The 100% failure rate from before was too glaring. If anything were to happen to Chu Hen, the Demon Eye Saint Clan would completely collapse. However, just as Li Wushang and Rao Feilwan were about to fly towards the Violet Reborn Pond, a vast pillar of purple light suddenly surged out from the stream, and an uncontrollable purple storm instantly wreaked havoc in all directions. The mountain peaks and cliffs were crushed and disintegrated in an extremely exaggerated manner, as if they were being attacked by a tremendous force. What's going on? Everyone was alarmed. Following that, a young figure covered in purple flames rose with the wind. He was like a king who had descended from the heavens, standing proudly in the sky under the endless black clouds. Roar! Following the low and deep roar of a ferocious creature, an illusory black, sinister beast figure faintly floated behind Chu Hen. Jia. At the same time, there was also a strong and powerful evil aura lingering around Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen's demonic pupils that flickered with a demonic aura suddenly became as black as ink, like an abyss. This aura? Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang's expressions changed again. The cold and fierce aura coming from Chu Hen was especially familiar. It wasn't the first time they felt it. 3 different auras overflowed from Chu Hen's body. The illusory black beast shadow and the blood-red demonic shadow could be vaguely seen in the void. With Chu Hen as the center, the universe trembled, the heaven and earth were in chaos, and the space where the storm gathered was distorted to the extreme. Everyone in the entire Purple Imperial City felt a trembling and pressure that went straight to the depths of their souls. I see. Fourth Elder was shocked and trembling. It's them who attracted the great Emperor Tribulation. What do you mean? Everyone was even more confused. However, Fourth Elder had no more time to explain. He shouted again, "Stop him immediately!" Boom! As soon as Fourth Elder's voice fell, lightning suddenly appeared in the rolling black clouds, like endless divine light tearing, and a huge silver electric net shrouded. Damn, it's too late! Fourth Elder was shocked and angry. Wind and thunder roared, piercing the sky. Countless brilliant lightning rays converged to form a huge electric pillar with a diameter of hundreds of meters, striking toward Chu Hen's head. The terrible destructive power made Li Wuxiang and Rao Feilwan, the 2 personal guards of demonic Emperor, feel their scalps tingle. Clang, an ear-piercing loud noise shook the sky, and the first violent Emperor Tribulation bombarded Chu Hen's body. Billions of lightning rays bloomed. Countless electric nets exploded. Above the purple rejuvenated pond, countless narrow black space cracks suddenly appeared. Everyone's eyes widened. However, in the next second, Fourth Elder and others were even more shocked. Lightning arcs flickered around Chu Hen's body. Under the attack of the frightening destructive power, he was like a boulder as he stood unwaveringly on the spot. "Resist, resist!" Li Kuan exclaimed. Chapter 1674. He withstood it! Li Kuan couldn't help but exclaim. The Fourth Elder, Li Wuxiang, Rao Feilwan, and the rest of the demonic Eye clan were shocked as they looked at the young man who stood unmoving amidst the lightning bolts, like a boulder. How did he do it? The silver lightning bolts swam around Chu Hen's body, but he didn't even frown. Sizzle, then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the dense arcs of electricity entered Chu Hen's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surface of his skin faintly glowed with a sparkling and translucent glow. It was vibrant and colorful. It was as if there were countless tiny diamonds embedded in it. The Imperial Tribulation is strengthening his body. One of the demonic Eye clan's higher-ups said, the arrival of the Imperial Tribulation would always bring about a destructive force. While going through the tribulation, the invading power that was like divine punishment would also strengthen the physical body of the person going through the tribulation. It was like washing away all the impurities in the person's body. The Imperial Tribulation was accompanied by great danger, but it also made people yearn for it. It was like going against the heavens. But once one withstood the divine punishment, they would benefit greatly. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, an even more violent storm came crashing down. Clank! This time, the shocking scene was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were summoned from the heavens. Powerful lightning bolts pierced through the sky like roaring dragons. Countless crisscrossing black cracks appeared in the sky that was already sunken and distorted. Rumble! Following that, thousands of lightning bolts gathered at one point and entered Chu Hen's body. The lightning bolts exploded and the dazzling light dimmed the world. The lightning bolts, wantonly burst forth in all directions, flattening and cleaving through the peaks of the mountain range below. The faces of the demonic Eye clan turned pale. The power of the second Emperor Tribulation was enough to blast everyone apart from the fourth elder into smithereens. It was definitely a disaster for those who had just reached the demonic Eye realm. Would Chu Hen be able to withstand it? Under the endless rays of light, countless electric arcs and lightning were reflected in everyone's eyes. Then, everyone raised their eyebrows. Yi Yao shouted in surprise, "It's okay, Big Brother Chu Hen is fine." It wasn't just fine. Chu Hen's aura was still vigorous, and his expression was indifferent and calm. This, if the first Emperor Tribulation was easily passed, it was a pleasant surprise. However, the end of the second Emperor Tribulation caused everyone to lose their composure. One had to know that the power of the second Sovereign Tribulation was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. But in Chu Hen's eyes, it didn't even attract his attention. It was truly unbelievable. Isn't the strength of his physical body a little too terrifying? It's the chaotic body. Yeah, the chaotic body is just too powerful. Only then did everyone realize that in addition to the demon Eye sacred body bloodline boundary, Chu Hen also had the chaotic body. Even though the primal chaos race had declined a long time ago, 10,000 years ago, those who possessed this bloodline possessed an extremely high upper limit of power. One must know that in the past, it was an existence known as the divine body by the world. After safely passing the 2 Emperor Tribulations, the 4th Elder, Li Wuxian, and the others visibly calmed down. They were even looking forward to it. ZZZT. The lightning bolts pierced through the sky, and at this moment, a huge and violent electric net came down from the dark thunderclouds. What was even more frightening was that the color of the lightning this time was actually a dark black. Black lightning? Sensing the destructive aura that was a dozen times more terrifying than the second Emperor Tribulation, the demon Eye sacred clan's hearts were in their throats again. Everyone in Zeus City clenched their fists, their eyes filled with solemnity. Crack! Thousands of black lightning bolts pierced through the sky, tearing through space and dragging along the destructive power of the heavens. They gathered into an earth-shattering divine punishment nearly 3,000 meters in diameter. The entire realm of innocence was overshadowed by it. Ferocious pressure poured down. Chu Hen raised his head slightly, his clothes and black hair rustling under the rapid cyclones. His handsome face was somewhat stern, and his purple eyes reflected the dragon-like black lightning bolts. Then a powerful and extraordinary aura leaked out of his body. Boom! A deafening explosion split the world. Chu Hen stood in the air, purple light lingering around his body. The moment the extremely violent Black Emperor's calamity hit his body, the surrounding space completely collapsed. Countless strong electric pillars burst forth from within, tearing through the void diagonally and piercing through the earth. The giant mountains below were flattened one after another, and the mountain ridges and rivers were cut in the middle. The entire back mountain seemed to have become a forbidden zone of death. The shock wave that assaulted them caused numerous narrow and long cracks to appear on the numerous walls and buildings of Violet Imperial City. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the area covered by the black lightning bolts. Thousands of lightning bolts filled Chu Hen's body, like black lightning spears piercing through his body. Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao's pretty face was pale. Long Xuan also frowned slightly, her phoenix eyes filled with fear. Chu Hen's demonic purple eyes were also intertwining with black lightning bolts. Then he let out a deep roar. Ha! In an instant, the black lightning bolts that pierced through his body quickly converged and merged into his body. As the boundless power of the Emperor Tribulation merged into his body, the blue veins on Chu Hen's arms and neck moved like dragons. The power in his body continued to strengthen and sublimate. He withstood it again. Incredible. There are only 2 more Emperor Tribulations left. The Emperor Tribulation. There were 5 in total. Moreover, each one was stronger than the last. With his own strength, Chu Hen withstood 3 Thunder Tribulations alone. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt suffocated. Rumble. Wind and thunder rumbled. The black hurricane that was like a huge millstone was like a death vortex that could shatter the sky. Countless red light beams pierced through the sky, like the giant claws of an ancient beast that tore the sky apart. Tens of thousands of red lightning bolts occupied the sky above the purple royal city. The 4th Emperor Tribulation was coming. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky on the other side of the purple royal city was forcibly torn apart by a dazzling blue light beam. Everyone's tense heartstrings tightened even more. Before the Demon Eye Sacred Clan could react, an extremely violent and terrifying aura shattered the spatial door, and a blue light beam that resembled a 3-dimensional blue net poured down on the purple royal city. Clang! Boom! The buildings in the city were split apart, and palaces and buildings were flattened. Demon Eye Sacred Clan rats, don't think that I can't find you just because you sealed the spatial passage. The thunderous momentum shook the heavens and the earth. The dazzling blue light intertwined like auroras. One after another, powerful figures flew out from the broken space passage. The person in the lead was surrounded by unparalleled violent lightning bolts. He looked like an ancient witch that controlled the power of lightning. Today, I'm going to turn the Demon Eye Sacred Clan into a bloodbath. Chapter 16, 75. Today, I'll turn your Demon Eye Saint Clan into a river of blood. A river of blood! The furious and domineering aura was like a thunderstorm that pierced through the 9 heavens. In an instant, everyone in the Demon Eye Saint Clan was horrified. It's the Thunder Emperor. Damn it. Why does it have to be now? Panic. Horror. But it wasn't fear or dread. It was such a bad time. There were only 2 more great Emperor Tribulations left. Looking at the panicking Demon Eye Sacred Clan members, the Lightning Emperor, who was above the purple imperial city, had a cold look in his eyes. Then he looked in the direction of the violet, rejuvenated pond. When the Lightning Emperor saw the black storm that blotted out the sky and the sun, as well as the red lightning that filled the sky, a look of utter disbelief appeared on his face. Great Emperor, tribulation, shock. It spread across the Lightning Emperor and every member of the Lightning Sacred Clan. This was because such a shocking scene had appeared in the Thunder Saint Clan not long ago. When they saw that the one undergoing the tribulation was Chu Hen, they were even more shocked. How long had it been since the Sacred Clan Conference ended? In just a month, not only did he reach the Emperor realm, but he also faced the Great Emperor Tribulation. Unbelievable. However, amidst the shock, the Thunder Emperor's eyes revealed a cold and sinister smile. Haha, looks like the heavens are on my side. I came at the right time, not earlier, not later, but at this moment. Without a doubt, this coincidence was fatal. Kill, no mercy! The Lightning Emperor waved his hand and his aura shook the surroundings. Kill! As soon as the order was given, many experts of the Thunder Sacred Clan rose one after another, and a chilling killing intent surged towards the purple royal city. Defeated race, you should have disappeared long ago. Today, I'll eliminate all of you. At the same time, the experts of the Demon Eye Saint Clan fought without hesitation. Humph, you think you can destroy our violet imperial city with just your Lightning Sacred Clan? Dream on. Today, none of you will return alive. Kill. The earth-shattering battle cries reverberated through the air. Streaks of fierce figures bursting with the power of endless lightning were like shadow blades that cut through space. The eyes of the Demon Eye Sacred Clan members glowed with a sinister purple light. In an instant, the purple storm created by the holy demon flame of desolation clashed fiercely with the sharp lightning blades. Even though the Demon Ice Sacred Clan was one of the 10 strongest sacred clans, their overall strength was far from what it used to be because of the drastic changes that happened back then. On the other hand, the Thunder Saint clan had been rising rapidly and had been accumulating power for a long time. Although a group of genius disciples had been slaughtered by the martial sect led by Chu Hen in the Chaos Devil domain during the Holy War, the Thunder Saint clan's vitality had not been damaged. In recent years, the Thunder Saint clan had always been showing weakness. Now, they had turned out in full force and were heading straight for the root of the Demon Eye Sacred Clan. It could be said that there was no room for mercy. Boom! Bang! Intense chaos immediately broke out in the Purple Royal City. The two groups of people were like ferocious beasts charging at each other. No one showed mercy when they met their enemies. Burial Storm, Shield of Punishment, Thunder Soul Slash, Light Sword of Sudao. A purple whirlwind wreaked havoc in all directions. The crisscrossing lightning beams were the embodiment of slaughter. Wherever the burning desolation, sacred demon flame, went, the invaders of the Thunder Sacred Clan screamed in pain as if they were burning a prairie fire. The sharp lightning blades also caused the defenders of the Purple Imperial City to bleed. Humph! At the same time, the Thunder Emperor crossed the sky of the Purple Royal City like an unstoppable lightning beast and headed straight for the inner city. We must stop him. The fourth elder shouted solemnly. Ha! I'd like to see who can destroy me. Rumble. The thunderstorm pierced through the sky, and the lightning emperor dragged a violent pillar of lightning all the way to the fourth elder and the others. Stay. Heavenly Wolf Star, Guard, Rao, Failwan's eyes suddenly burst with a series of demonic purple lights, along with countless beams of purple light that pierced through the ground and rocks crumbled. A Nirvana demon that was thousands of feet tall stood in front of the Lightning Emperor. A mere half-step emperor dares to block my path? You really have nothing but stupidity. The instant he finished speaking, the Thunder Emperor clenched his fist. Buzz, along with the trembling space, the Nirvanic demon's spirit suddenly swayed with countless dazzling blue lightning arcs. The intertwining lightning arcs enveloped the Nirvanic demon spirit, and Rao Failwan immediately felt a huge resistance restraining the Nirvanic demon spirit's power. Myriad lightning guide, the Thunder Emperor roared. Crack! The sky above the Purple Royal City seemed to be filled with the cries of billions of thunderbirds. In an instant, countless lightning pillars intertwined into a net and attacked the Nirvanic demon spirit that Rao Failwan had summoned. Clang! A deafening explosion resounded, and countless lightning pillars rained down like terrifying electric blades. In just a breath's time, lightning blossomed like a rain of fireworks, and the Nirvanic demon spirit was directly smashed into pieces. What? Rao Failwan was horrified. Li. At the same time, 8 black dots spun rapidly in Li Wushang's demonic purple eyes. He leaped into the air with a solemn expression on his face. A Nirvanic demon spirit that looked like a god of war raised its arms high, and it was dragging a dazzling giant sword in the distorted space. Li Wushang stood on the Nirvanic demon spirit's shoulder, and the wings on the demon spirit's back flapped. He burst forth with a powerful attack and charged toward the Thunder Emperor. Humph! A cold smile appeared on the Thunder Emperor's face. Chi-chi! Violent lightning pillars rapidly converged between the fingers of his right hand, as if the most exquisite jade had fused into his palm. Whoosh! A loud and clear sound rang out, and in an instant a huge blue lightning sword tore through the space, rolling up endless killing intent, and rose up into the air. Li Wushang's pupils shrank. Chi! Before he could react, the giant blue lightning sword directly pierced through the chest of the Nirvanic demon spirit that he had summoned. The huge impact dragged the Nirvanic demon spirit backward. At the same time, the Thunder Emperor raised his arms, and countless three-dimensional blue lightning pillars instantly pierced through the ground of the Purple Court City. cutting through the buildings in the city, and attacked Li Wuxiang and Rao Feilwan. You really know nothing about power. The might of a great emperor shook the world. A huge electric current shrouded them, and Rao Feilwan and Li Wuxiang felt as if they had been hit by a lightning chain. Both of them were smashed into the ground and into the rubble by the tremendous force. A huge mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths. The terrifying lightning struck their internal organs, and their whole bodies fell into a state of tearing pain. The Thunder Emperor reached the back of the purple court city unimpeded. There, the fourth elder leaned on his walking stick, coldly watching the Thunder Emperor, who was like a giant lightning beast, rapidly approaching. Bang! Then the fourth elder heavily hit the ground with his walking stick. The next moment, the fourth elder's turbid eyes suddenly revealed a demonic purple light. The 8 black dots in the depths of his pupils glowed with an extremely powerful spatial rhythm. Rumble. Suddenly, with the fourth elder at the center, numerous giant purple pillars that looked like whirlwinds directly broke through the city tower below him and spread in all directions. Tens of thousands of purple light pillars shone like luxurious spirit vines and quickly shrouded the fourth elder. A majestic and domineering aura soared to the sky, and the pillars of light gathered around the fourth elder instantly condensed into a domineering war god's huge demonic body and dazzling armor. Buzz! The huge city tower instantly collapsed, and a violent purple cyclone surged into the sky. The fourth elder's nirvanic demon spirit eyes immediately burst out with a powerful fluctuation of power. Chapter 1676. Demonic Spirit Void. Along with the crumbling city tower, the fourth elder suddenly transformed into a shocking nirvana devil spirit that was 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall. Not only was this nirvana demonic spirit bigger than Li Wuxiang and Rao Feilwan's nirvana demonic spirit, even its aura was several times stronger than before. The fourth elder's nirvana demonic spirit's eyes glowed with purple flames. It stood in front of the lightning emperor like a peerless god of war. Even if all my old bones are crushed, I won't let you step past me. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, the nirvana demonic spirit's arms exploded with a dazzling purple light whirlpool. It was followed by the gathering of a fierce purple storm. The nirvana demonic spirit's right hand clenched into a fist, and a sharp blade that was almost 3,000 meters long suddenly appeared in its hand. In his other hand, purple light patterns intertwined. Then a huge shield appeared in his palm. Life light blade, punishment shield, whoosh! An extremely powerful aura spread in all directions from the fourth elder's nirvana demonic spirit. The corners of the lightning emperor's eyes turned cold, and there was a hint of coldness between his brows. Li Zun, you're old. Your life light blade has lost its edge, and your punishment shield is as fragile as paper. An old wolf is even worse than a dog. Li Zun, the fourth elder's name. If the other party was the younger Li Zun, the lightning emperor would still respect him. However, the fourth elder was no threat to the lightning emperor at all. The nirvana demonic spirit's demonic eyes spun with 8 black dots, and the fourth elder's hoarse voice sounded. My blade can still be stained with blood. With that, the nirvana demonic spirit raised the incomparably sharp blade in its right hand, and a powerful purple light pattern swam around the blade. Whoosh! The space trembled, and a narrow space-time crack appeared under the blade. Boundless killing intent stacked up as the life-light blade slashed out at the Thunder Emperor. Humph! The latter sneered disdainfully and reached forward with one palm. Sizzle! Countless blue lightning pillars that were as violent as dragons and pythons spread out like a huge net. Rumble! Then the power of the wind and rain overlapped, and a huge, thunderous hand stretched forward with the momentum of manipulating the universe, directly meeting the heaven-punishing blade that was slashing down. Clang! The sound of thunder and lightning being cut off was ear-piercing. As soon as the two forces met, the sky above the purple imperial city seemed to explode like a star. The terrifying might of a great emperor was unstoppable. In the next instant, the sky-punishing blade in the Nirvana demon spirit's hand was forcefully broken by the lightning hand. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell. The heavens split and the earth split. The incomparably tyrannical lightning hand continued to crush towards the destruction demon spirits behind it like a hot knife through butter. The man did not hesitate and quickly raised the punishment shield in his left hand. Bang! Bang! Thunder shook the sky and cracked the dome of heaven. The incomparably violent tearing lightning was like the convergence of heaven's punishment and emperor's tribulation. The huge shield in the Nirvana demon spirit's left hand was abruptly shattered. Sizzle! However, the fourth elder was not given any chance to calm down. The Thunder Emperor's palms faced each other, and countless dragon-like lightning pillars quickly gathered and intertwined in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a huge ball of lightning formed in the sky above the purple imperial city. You have lived for too long. Your wolf teeth can no longer bite through anything. Disappear with your demonic eye sacred clan. It was like the judgment of a king. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Emperor pushed his palms forward. Wind and thunder roared, and the huge ball of lightning was like a dazzling star falling from the sky. Every corner of the purple imperial city was illuminated. Fourth Elder, Li Wushang and Rao Failwan, who were seriously injured and lying in the rubble, were shocked. Stop! Endless bright lightning shone on the destruction demon spirit's face, and the pair of demonic purple eyes contracted rapidly. Clang! The sky and earth shook, and the whole city was overturned. Like a meteorite, the sphere of lightning struck the Nirvana demon spirit's body, bringing with it a world-shaking destructive might. The extremely violent destructive power was comparable to a mountain torrent that had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. Blue lightning blotted out the sky, tearing space and penetrating the earth, turning the buildings in the city into powder layer by layer. Under the shocked gazes of Li Wushang, Rao Failwan, and many other demonic sacred clan members, the destruction demon spirit, which was 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall, was directly torn apart. Along with the ripples of the purple halo, the fourth elder's skinny and small body was blown away like a butterfly in the wind. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth. He was already thin and weak, and now he looked even more like a candle in a storm. However, there was no fear on the fourth elder's face. His gaze was not even on the Thunder Emperor. He was only looking at the sky above the purple rejuvenated pond in the back mountain with great anticipation and urgency. That young figure, who was under the tens of thousands of red lightning tribulations, carried the last hope of their race. Rumble. In the sky above the back mountain of the purple rejuvenated pond, a terrifying red lightning net occupied more than half of the realm of Innocence's sky. Pillar after pillar of crimson lightning fell from the sky like a bloodthirsty lightning chilin from the depths of hell. It tore through the heavenly monarch's shackles and swooped down on Chu Hen. Clang! In an instant, the entire realm of Innocence trembled uneasily. The red lightning that traveled through the sky and pierced through the earth caused the space where Chu Hen was at to seem as if it had countless long and narrow gaps cut through it. Below him, one mountain range after another was shaken to the ground. It was truly a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting apart. Meanwhile, Chu Hen's entire body seemed to be enveloped by a magnificent three-dimensional net. Terrifying crimson electric arcs covered his body, invading every inch of his flesh and every pore of his body. From afar, it looked like Chu Hen's body had been pierced by a red lightning net. Even his eyes flickered with a strange scarlet light. Under the Emperor's tribulation, Chu Hen swept his gaze in the direction of the purple, rejuvenated city. Over there, the fourth elder, who'd already lost his strength, was sealed by countless dazzling blue lightning bolts. Then his stooped body was pierced by a dense cluster of blue lightning bolts. Chu Hen's pupil faintly trembled. The scene in front of him seemed to slow down. That skinny old man looked so weak that it was pitiful. His entire life, he'd sacrificed everything for the Demon Eye sacred clan. Even at the last moment of his life, the poor old man was still worried about his tribe. Fourth Elder Li Wushang, Rao Failwan, and the others widened their eyes. He was like a butterfly in the wind. That poor old man seemed so light as he flew out, but at the same time it felt like a heavy mountain had crashed into the hearts of every member of the Demon Eye sacred clan. I'll leave the Demon Eye sacred clan to you. The fourth elder's lips moved slightly. He looked at Chu Hen from afar, as if he were looking at the ray of light in his life. Bang! His skinny body fell heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail in the ruins. Blood flowed from his body, stinging the eyes of every member of the Demon Eye sacred clan. You're courting death. The Lightning Emperor's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He didn't care about the others and directly flew in the direction of the purple, rejuvenated pond. At the same time, the fifth and final Emperor's tribulation was rapidly brewing with a terrifying aura. This time, lightning bolts of different colors flickered in the dark tribulation clouds. There were red, black, orange, and purple. The different colors of lightning bolts were like terrifying dragons that constantly poked their heads and claws out of the dark clouds. The black storm that resembled a giant millstone spun rapidly. Terrifying lightning bolts that could tear apart the sky converged at the center of the storm. The most terrifying power was quietly taking shape. The most important step was about to come. He would pass the last emperor's tribulation. He would become an emperor. The Lightning Emperor naturally wouldn't let that happen. Like a tyrannical lightning beast, he quickly charged toward the area where Chu Hen was. Roar! All of a sudden, powerful yin and yang energy surged toward him. A yin and yang beast that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters long pounced toward the Lightning Emperor from the left. Meanwhile, on the right, majestic yin and yang energy flowed around Yi Yao's body, and the Tai Chi diagram rotated on her palms. I won't let you hurt big brother Chu Hen. Humph. The Lightning Emperor didn't even bat an eyelid at the joint attack of Yi Yao and the yin-yang beast. He raised his hand and waved it. Crack! The vine-like lightning net spread out in all directions, and the sharp lightning energy was like a heaven-sealing iron chain, striking Yi Yao and the yin-yang beast one after another. The two didn't even get close to the Lightning Emperor before they were directly sent flying. They crashed onto the ground in an extremely pathetic manner and vomited blood. The fifth Emperor's tribulation was about to arrive. However, no one from the Demonic Eye Saint clan could stop the Lightning Emperor anymore. However, just as the Lightning Emperor was about to arrive in front of Chu Hen, an extremely cold current of air eroded the entire world. Winter had arrived, and the chilling airflow gathered. Endless ice and snow roared in all directions, and a beautiful figure with a cold aura became the Lightning Emperor's last obstacle. Do you want to die so badly? The Lightning Emperor was enraged. The obstruction completely ignited his killing intent. As the powerful aura shrouded her, Long Xuanxuan's body trembled, and she felt her blood rushing to her head. The aura of a great emperor-level expert was too much for her to handle. However, she resisted the trembling of her internal organs. Her fair, jade-like fingers formed several seals in front of her. In an instant, a dazzling, refined wave stone appeared in front of her. Divine Ice Stone, Long Xuanxuan yelled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Billions of icy blue swirls of light intertwined and converged, and the refined wave stone instantly transformed into a huge boulder with a diameter of 300 meters, flying towards the Thunder Emperor. The bone-chilling airflow almost froze the space. The huge divine ice stone emitted an extremely powerful aura. However, Long Xuanchuang was facing the Lightning Emperor. She didn't even have the cultivation of a great emperor, so she seemed extremely weak. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Lightning Emperor's aura soared into the sky, and tens of thousands of lightning pillars shot across the sky, intertwining and circling around his palm. Sword of Silence. PSSSD, endless streams of light shone from within. The Lightning Emperor clenched his hand, and in an instant a huge lightning sword over 3,000 meters, long pierced through the sky, dragging along the power of the heaven-punishing heavens as it flew towards the ice godstone. As soon as the two collided, blinding blue light and dazzling lightning tore through the sky. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and a violent power was unleashed. Under the shocked gazes of the demonic Eye Saint clan, the divine ice stone was smashed into pieces by the Lightning Emperor's sword. The divine ice stone shattered the heaven and earth. Long Xuanchuang was instantly exposed to the berserk and sharp lightning sword aura. Chu Hen, who was below the fifth emperor's tribulation, narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the huge sword aura crushed the space and hit Long Xuanchuang first. Blinding lightning filled her eyes, and endless destructive aura surged towards her. Chapter 16, 77. Midland. Hidden Sky City. Ah Tao, these are the spirit fruits that Uncle City Lord brought over today. I'll give you one. In the spacious and bright courtyard, Qingxue happily ran towards a golden-furred little monkey with a dozen fresh spirit fruits in her arms. The little monkey also opened its big bright eyes and danced happily with its hands and feet. However, at this moment, Qingxue suddenly froze on the spot. The fresh spirit fruits in her arms also fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey immediately let out an uneasy cry. A servant at the entrance of the courtyard saw this and hurriedly ran forward to ask, "Miss Qingxue, what's wrong?" The cry immediately alerted Hidden Sky City, Lord Zhao Xuanqiong and Shifeng Zi in the inner mansion. The two immediately walked out of the inner courtyard. "What happened?" Zhao Xuanqiong asked in a deep voice. "Reporting to City Lord, I don't know." The servant was a little confused. Shifeng Zi frowned slightly. He looked at Qingxue, who was stunned on the spot and the scattered spirit fruits. He couldn't help but walk up to her and ask, "What's wrong?" "Something broke." Qingxue muttered to herself. "Something broke? What?" The few people around her looked at each other and looked around. There was nothing broken or incomplete. Before Shifeng Zi could ask, Qingxue turned to look at Shifeng Zi. "I want to go back to the North River Ice Region." "Go back to the North River Ice Region?" Shifeng Zi was stunned. Zhao Xuanqiong was also confused. "Why so suddenly?" "I have a reason to go back." Qingxue's tone seemed to be a little different from before. She didn't seem to have any intention of asking for Shifeng Zi's permission. "I'll let Qingyi and Qingkai go back with you," Zhao Xuanqiong said. "No need, just let Atao follow me." Qingxue's attitude was very firm. She then looked at Shifeng Zi's confused face and said, "Thank you for your care. Don't worry about me. Please take care of yourself. I'll come back to see you in the future." Then she said to Zhao Xuanqiong, "And you too." After speaking, Qingxue gave a deep bow to Shifeng Zi. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the surrounding people, Qingxue left the mansion and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Squeak! The little monkey, Ah Tao, jumped up and down a few times and also called out to Shifeng Zi a few times, then jumped all the way to chase after Qingxue. The sudden change of events caused everyone in the Hidden Heaven City to look at each other in dismay. "What is she doing?" Zhao Xuanqiong stared at Shifeng Zi in confusion. He released a deep breath, and there was still a reluctance in his eyes as he shook his head. "Let her be. Don't you find it strange?" "I'm just reluctant, but it doesn't matter. I've already taught Qingxue everything I've learned in my life. She will definitely surpass her master. I have no more regrets." After all, she has her own path to walk. I can't keep her by my side forever. After listening to Shifeng Zi's words, Zhao Xuanqiong couldn't help but feel relieved. Don't worry. From what she said, she'll come back in the future. Shifeng Zi smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He just looked at Qing Xue's departing figure meaningfully. The realm of innocence. The demonized Saint Clan Imperial Purple City. Bang! The sky was filled with light and shadow fragments, like billions of crystal shards. Under the shocked gazes of the demonized Saint Clan, the Lightning Emperor's critical strike directly shattered the ice divine stone in front of Long Xuanquang. It was shattered and swayed in the wind and rain. Thousands of dazzling lights shrouded the area. The majestic lightning sword was unstoppable, crushing space in its path as it attacked Long Xuanquang. However, facing the Lightning Emperor's terrifying attack that could destroy everything, Long Xuanquang had no intention of retreating. There was no fear in her eyes at all. Then an icy blue light overflowed from Long Xuanquang's beautiful eyes, and a circle of blue domain space rapidly spread out. Frost protection. Not long ago, she'd just become a great Saint King. The domain power she'd mastered was called Frost Protection. Great Saint King. In front of the Lightning Emperor, she was no different from an ant. However, the domain created by the Frost Protection directly froze the path towards the violet, rejuvenated pond in the rear mountains. Countless ice crystals and snowflakes floated motionlessly around Long Xuanquang. Every single crystal-clear snowflake was like the most precious protection. Big Sister Xuanquang, get out of the way! Yi Yao, who'd fallen to the ground, was pale as a sheet. Retreat now. There was still a sliver of hope. Rumble. At the same time, a storm raged above rejuvenated Violet Pond, and the lightning tribulation shook the heavens. The final, majestic bolt of the five-colored imperial tribulation was like the apocalyptic heavenly punishment of the apocalypse. The majestic five-colored lightning was like a collapsing heavenly pillar. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky of the realm of innocence seemed to collapse. Gales surged in, and torrential rain poured down. Every inch of space in the realm of innocence shook violently. Chu Hen, who was below the Emperor's tribulation, stared at the peerlessly beautiful figure in front of the Lightning Emperor in fear. At that moment, Long Xuanquang turned her head to look in his direction. Their gazes met, intertwining like the trajectories of stars that had traversed tens of thousands of years. No, Chu Hen muttered, clenching his fists. Long Xuanquang smiled slightly. Her smile was like a snow-white petal falling to the mortal realm. It carried with it a faint elegance and a faint hint of sorrow. At the same time that the fifth bolt of imperial tribulation descended, the unstoppable lightning sword pierced mercilessly into the domain Long Xuanquang had unleashed. Within the domain, the frozen snowflakes shattered inch by inch, turning into dust. The terrifying lightning sword was like an unstoppable, prehistoric beast. It crushed space and domain in its path, stirring up tens of thousands of lightning bolts as it charged towards Long Xuanquang. Boundless light quickly engulfed Long Xuanquang. At the same time, the five-colored tribulation lightning that caused the sky to collapse also engulfed Chu Hen. Sister Xuanquang? Cried Yi Yao. Li Wushang, Rao Failwan, and the rest of the Demon Eye clan couldn't bear to see her die either. Boom! The moment the five-colored imperial tribulation descended, the back mountains of the realm of innocence crumbled and the ground cracked. It was like the end of the world had arrived. However, at that moment, the terrifying giant sword that was charging at Long Xuanquang's body with a thunderous aura exploded. Lightning bolts streaked across the sky, flashing wildly. Amidst the chaotic storm, a young figure shrouded in purple light slowly descended to the ground, carrying a frail figure in his arms. What's that? The Demon Eye clan was dumbfounded. The Lightning Emperor's face turned cold. Humph, he actually gave up on the last bolt of imperial tribulation. The winds howled, and the world changed color. Amidst the violent storm, Chu Hen held Long Xuanzang steadily in his arms. You risked your life for me, so I'll give up on the imperial title for you. Chapter 1678. Rumble. Everything in the realm of innocence was turned upside down, and the sky seemed to be on the verge of splitting. The destructive storm had flattened all the mountains and peaks around rejuvenated Persimmon Pond. Pillars of lightning rained down on the mountains and rivers, causing space to collapse and the void to collapse. The vast region seemed to have become a forbidden zone of death. Amidst the chaotic storm, Chu Hen held Long Xuanzang in his arms, and the two of them slowly descended to the ground. What's this? Li Wushang, Rao Feilwan, and the rest of the demonic Eye Saint clan were all stunned. How is this possible? How did he do it? He actually dodged the last emperor's tribulation? Chu Hen's body was surrounded by a purple brilliance. However, within the purple brilliance, there were extremely manic five-colored arcs of lightning mixed in. Li Wushang and Rao Feilwan looked at each other from afar. They were even more confused. Had the fifth emperor's tribulation landed on Chu Hen? Suddenly, right at this moment, the forbidden death zone that was enveloped by the emperor's tribulation was suddenly split apart. Then a black shadow that resembled a fiend god charged out from the heavenly punishment lightning territory. What's that? The power of the chaotic body? The black figure's figure was exactly the same as Chu Hen's. Countless extremely sharp bolts of five-colored divine lightning flowed and interweaved around its body, and there were even countless five-colored lightning pillars that penetrated its chest. Everyone was shocked and confused. Even the lightning emperor's eyes were filled with malice. Whoosh! The black figure streaked across the sky and arrived behind Chu Hen. It gently leaned against Chu Hen's back and attached itself to him. In an instant, a series of violent, majestic auras emanated from Chu Hen's body. The terrifying power of the emperor's tribulation also fused into Chu Hen's body. Under the control of the black shadow, the five-colored lightning pillars around Chu Hen converged into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Chu Hen's body did not move at all. He only looked at Long Xuanzang in his arms. I'm sorry I hurt you again. You shouldn't have done this. Long Xuanzang leaned lightly on Chu Hen's arm. Her cold and beautiful face was full of apology. However, Chu Hen only gave a faint smile. It's okay. There will be more chances in the future. He chose to give up his life in order to protect the people behind him. The other one gave up on becoming an emperor for the sake of the person who protected him with his life. Ice crystals danced in the air, like snow drifting in the mortal world. He was only half a step away. To Chu Hen, he was only half a step away from obtaining a spot on the emperor's throne stage. But if that happened, Long Xuanzang would die. He could not do it. Long Xuanzang was so weak that she could not even speak. Her dress was dyed red with blood, and her pale face was indescribably beautiful. Rest for a while. I'll take care of the matters here first. Screech! With that, a purple light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. With a slight wave of energy, a purple aura separated from Chu Hen's body. The purple light then transformed into a slightly illusory doppelganger beside him. It's the purple flame clone, a technique created by the demonic Eye Emperor. Heavenly Wolf Star Guard, Rao Feilwan's eyes widened. On the other side, Heavenly Lone Star Guard Li Wushang was also shocked. Purple flame clone, and it was instantaneous. Could it be that he's already? Then Chu Hen carried Long Xuanzang and placed her in the clone's arms. Swoosh! The clone carried Long Xuanzang and quickly retreated. A formless aura surged out. In an instant, a storm gathered in the space between Chu Hen and the Thunderbolt Emperor. Even the ground had countless cracks that looked like magma. The proud Lightning Emperor's face turned cold. He clenched his fists, and countless violent blue lightning pillars split from his body. With him as the center, long and narrow spatial cracks formed like black flowing webs. Humph! The Lightning Emperor sneered. What a pity! Because of your stupidity, you and the demonic Eye Sacred Clan will be erased from this world today. Tribulation, flow technique. Hee hee! Chu Hen lowered his head and laughed disdainfully. This is enough to kill you. More than enough. Screech! The vibrating air wave that was even more intense than before directly shook the vast sky. The instant his words sounded out, Chu Hen suddenly raised his head. On that handsome and firm face, a pair of demonic, godlike, purple pupils emitted an endless demonic and charming aura. As the whirlwind whistled, 8 black dots suddenly appeared in the depths of Chu Hen's eyes. As the 8 black dots spun and chased each other, one of the black dots split into 2 9-star demonic eye. Clang! A storm arrived, and the universe lost its color. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a hurricane, following the power of the shocking wind and thunder. The space behind Chu Hen appeared in a dreamy, distorted state. Countless purple light pillars circled around the 9 heavens, covering the entire field. The ground beneath Chu Hen immediately caved in and collapsed, and all the rocks in the sky were crushed into powder. A soul-trembling aura caused the faces of the demonic Eye Saint Clan and Thunder Saint Clan to change. Chi! Crack! Under the intertwining of the swirling light, a terrifying aura that was comparable to the eruption of a tsunami was released. Following that, a Nirvana demon spirit that was as huge as a mountain suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision like a shocking god of war. Purple, brilliant tassels converged outside his body, condensing into a domineering armor like that of an emperor. The wings behind it spread out, stirring up a gale. The aura emitted by the Nirvana demon spirit was like that of a real demonic god. It raised its left arm, releasing the domineering aura of holding the stars. At the same time, an endless stream of purple light flowed out of his right arm, and a hole appeared in the space. Whoosh! The resonant sound of a sharp weapon rang out. Then, under many astonished gazes, the Nirvana demon spirit reached its hand into the hole and took out a peerlessly sharp halberd. The halberd had 3 blades. The middle one was straight and sharp, and the 2 sides each had a curved blade. Dazzling purple demonic flames covered the entire halberd, as if it contained infinite divine might, exuding a peerless sharpness that could shatter galaxies. This is... Everyone looked at the Nirvana demon spirit formed by Chu Hen. Everyone from the demon Eye Sacred Clan felt like their blood was flowing in reverse. The opponent was like a peerless demon spirit that guarded the universe, making everyone feel endless fear and horror. Life-killing halberd. Li Wushang clenched his fists and said in a low voice, Rao Failwan, Li Kuan, and the others' pupils trembled. Life-killing halberd. It was ranked 3rd on the divine weapon list. It was also the weapon that the demonic Eye Emperor used when he was alive. The dark and terrifying storm tore the sky apart. At this moment, the demonic Eye Sacred Clan members felt the domineering figure of the demonic Eye Emperor. Whoosh! The Nirvana demon spirit held the life-killing halberd with both hands, and its 9-star demonic eyes shone with a shocking imperial might. He stared at the great Emperor of Thunder with indifference. You know nothing about the demonic Eye Sacred Clan's power. Blood will flow like a river. That is the fate of the Lightning Sacred Clan. Chu Hen's majestic aura was like a thunderclap. In an instant, the Nirvana demon spirit's arms that held the power to shatter stars exploded with a terrifying aura. It held the end of the life-killing halberd with both hands and swung it at the Lightning Emperor with the power to split the sky and earth. Clang! Countless long and narrow spatial cracks appeared in the sky. The life-killing halberd released a dazzling halberd radiance that could shatter galaxies and the dazzling arc of light stunned the world. In an instant, the billions of lightning bolts in front of the Lightning Emperor were cut apart bit by bit. It was like a spirit vine lightning snake that was cut into pieces. The purple halberd projection, which was over tens of thousands of feet long, sliced through the heavens and landed in front of the Lightning Emperor with the power to pierce through the universe. The latter's expression changed, and panic surged out of his eyes that were filled with lightning arcs. Clang! In an instant, the life-killing halberd's blade was like a beam of divine radiance that streaked across the stars, exploding in the void. The sound of thunder and lightning breaking was deafening, and the space where the Lightning Emperor was suddenly caved in and collapsed. The lightning beams that flowed around him seemed to bear a terrifying impact. Under the halberd radiance that was thousands of meters long, the lightning beams broke one after another. It was unstoppable. It was truly unstoppable. When all the lightning beams were cut, the halberd, radiating a heaven-punishing aura, directly slashed the Lightning Emperor's body. The lightning armor on the Lightning Emperor's body completely collapsed. Under countless horrified gazes, the Thunder Emperor's chest split open from the middle, and his flesh and blood burst open. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm afraid you can't withstand the demonic Ice Sacred Clan's fury. Chapter 16, 79. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the demon I Saint Clan. Clang! The 9-star demon I shook the heavens. The demon spirit of destruction held the life-killing divine halberd, which was ranked third on the divine weapon list, in both hands, and unleashed endless power that could split apart galaxies. The tens of thousands of lightning pillars and electric nets that shrouded the void were cut apart one after another. The world trembled, and the destructive storm converged between heaven and earth. The sound of the lightning being cut apart was ear-splitting. The Lightning Emperor, whose chest had been torn apart, couldn't put up any resistance at all. With a deafening boom, the 1,000-foot-long halberd slammed the Lightning Emperor into the ground like a heavenly light that had slashed through the sky. Clang! The mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The extremely terrifying destructive impact was deeply embedded in the ground, and the ground immediately cracked in the middle, creating an incomparably huge ravine. The violent shock waves spread in all directions, causing mountains and rivers to crack. At this moment, the world was in chaos. The power of the 9-star demon, I fully displayed the might of the Lightning Emperor. The endless halberd radiance pierced through the north and south, and even the many towers of the purple imperial city behind were broken by the peerless halberd radiance. The people of the Demon Eye Saint Clan and the Lightning Saint Clan, who were fighting in the city, were shocked. How could this be? The Sirius Star Guard Rao Failwan, the Lonely Sky Star Guard Li Wushang, and the others were also in disbelief. One move? They couldn't even catch it? Oh my God! That was the Lightning Emperor. In the human realm, he was a powerful existence, second only to the strongest sacred race emperors. At this moment, he was smashed into the bottom of the crater by the demon spirit of destruction that Chu Hen had transformed into. Unbelievable. He was a great emperor, and not a great emperor. Everyone's heart was filled with endless confusion. He didn't go through the last emperor's tribulation. But why did he have such terrifying power? Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, the crater under the life-killing divine halberd emitted tens of thousands of lightning beams. For example, billions of violent and fierce lightning dragons pierced through the ground, causing the ground to crack and collapse layer by layer. Together with countless large rocks, the entire purple royal city was suddenly turned upside down. A dazzling aurora tore through the sky, and a violent hurricane-like shock wave surged out. A huge thunder giant forcibly propped up the peerless life, slaying divine halberd, and climbed up. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm the real, great monarch. The Thunder Emperor's boundless rage and domineering aura caused the sky to tremble. For example, a giant that looked like an ancient thunder god could shake the 9 continents, and its whole body was wrapped in a particularly large manic pillar of lightning. The sharp edge of the life-killing divine halberd collided with the power of thunder and lightning, creating an endless rain of sparks. The space where the two ancient gods had already been torn apart into countless long and narrow gaps. However, looking at the lightning emperor who was about to counterattack, the Nirvana demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed into revealed the contempt of an emperor. Since you're the emperor, I'll be the emperor slayer today. Emperor slayer, countless people present felt their souls tremble as well. Screech. In an instant, the 9 black dots in the depths of the Nirvana demon spirit's demonic eyes chased after each other and moved with the rhythm of the universe, like the rotation of the stars in the vast Milky Way. Together with the powerful energy waves that stacked in his eyes, the ground beneath the lightning giant once again cracked in all directions. Immediately, a purple demon god's hand that was several times larger than the thunder giant appeared below the thunder giant with the shocking power of holding the stars, the moon, and the sky. That's the expressions of Li Wushang, Rao Felwan, and the others changed again. It's the Demon Eye Emperor's technique. 9-star demon eyes have in smiting grasp. Boom! Rumble! Exuding an aura of destruction. The 5 fingers of the fiend god's hand were like dragon claws with hooks, grasping the lightning giant in its palm with the power to control the stars. Bang, bang! An unprecedented violent explosion exploded in the 9 heavens and shattered the earth. The life-killing halberd slashed down from above. The heaven-smiting grasp crushed down from below. The 2 rapidly destructive powers instantly crushed the space domain where the Thunder Emperor was. Boom! Rumble! The violent energy instantly exploded the mountains and rivers, flattening the city. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the lightning giant with its earth-shaking aura was like an exploding star. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out, tearing through the ground and piercing through the void. At the same time, the life-killing halberd's peerless sharpness once again cut through the sky and slashed down. The storm of light vortex, which had exploded into billions of lightning bolts, was split in half. In the chaotic aurora of lightning, a figure filled with infinite panic was exposed to the shocking power of the 9-star demon pupils without any concealment. Bang! A purple halo mixed with countless lightning bolts surged in all directions. The sky above the realm of innocence was immediately torn open by countless spatial holes. The ground caved in layer by layer, and Imperial Purple City was instantly reduced to ruins. Countless experts from the Demon Eye tribe and the Lightning Sacred tribe were knocked to the ground. Some even felt their blood churn and their organs ache. The 9-star demon eyes had descended. Li Wushang, Rao Felwan, and the others couldn't help but fall into a daze as they looked at the demon god holding the life-killing halberd. At that moment, they seemed to see the shadow of the Demon Eye Emperor on Chu Hen. Their blood seemed to be flowing in reverse. In the ruins, 2 streams of tears flowed out of the 4th elder's half-closed old eyes. This old and pitiful man had never felt so relaxed before. He slowly closed his eyes in satisfaction. A gratified smile that had not appeared in a long time appeared on his shriveled lips. Wherever those eyes look, the will of the Demon Eye tribe lies. I, Li Zun, am worthy of the title of the Demon Eye Emperor and the Demon Eye tribe. The 9-star demon eyes reappeared in the world. It was the birth of hope, and it was the will. Rubble collapsed and dust filled the air. At the bottom of the ruins, the Thunder Emperor's hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood. He was missing an arm, and blood kept flowing out of his wound. His aura was extremely weak. Winner takes all. Loser takes all. At this moment, the Lightning Emperor was standing in front of Chu Hen. He was as lowly as a street beggar. Looking up at the demon godlike Nirvana demon spirit, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. I'm begging to die from your strongest move. Ha ha! Chu Hen's disdainful voice came out of the demon spirit's mouth. "Please forgive me. You're not worthy. You're not worthy." He sneered frivolously. The space around the Thunder Emperor distorted to the extreme. His expression changed drastically, and endless fear spread across his face. No, bang! In an instant, a raging purple storm bloomed like the petals of a blossoming flower. Rays of purple swirling shadow blades shot out in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. Under the Thunder Emperor's hurried cry of unwillingness, he exploded into pieces. A great sovereign, the Thunder Emperor, had fallen. Chapter 1680. Hiss! A gigantic purple petal blossomed from the 1,000-meter deep ruins. A terrifying storm crushed the Lightning Emperor's body, and the domineering demonic flames incinerated his saint soul. Blood splattered everywhere, and the world lost its color. The entire Demon Eye and Lightning Saint clan felt as if the scene in front of them had slowed to a standstill. A great emperor. He died in the realm of Innocence's violet imperial city just a few months after becoming one. Shock, terror, disbelief. The people from the Thunder Saint tribe were especially dazed. To them, it was as if the sky had fallen on them. Their hearts had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. Blood surged, and the world spun. Unconcealable fear crept into their hearts. Fear. It spread quickly. Looking at the Nirvana demon spirit, everyone from the Thunder Sacred clan could no longer hold onto their weapons. Even the flickering lightning around them had lost its luster. True darkness began to descend. Today, no one from the Lightning Saint clan shall live. Today, the Lightning Saint clan shall disappear from this chaotic world forever. The Nirvana demon spirit Chu Hen had transformed into held the divine halberd, as if it were the ruler of the world. Kill. No mercy. No mercy. Darkness descended, devouring lightning. The Demon Eye clan raised their butcher's knives and charged at the invaders mercilessly. Kill. Those who offend the Demon Eye clan shall die. Kill without mercy. In an instant, battle cries filled the air. Pairs of demonic eyes flickered with a cold light. Murderous intent filled the air as blood danced in the sky. Streams of sharp purple light severed the violent thunder and lightning pillars. The Demon Eye clan's counterattack was exceptionally fierce. The anger, grievance, and hatred that had accumulated in their hearts for so many years erupted like a mountain torrent, unable to be suppressed. With the Lightning Emperor's death, the invaders didn't even have the will to resist. Soon, the situation became a one-sided massacre. Ah, bang! Shrill screams of terror reverberated throughout the realm of innocence. The Thunder Sacred Tribe members had no other thoughts other than fleeing in all directions. However, the Demon Eye Saint clan, in a frenzy of bloodlust, sealed off the realm of Innocence's exit. As a result, a slaughter of cornered beasts unfolded. The wind was as cold as frost. The dust was like fog. After an unknown period of time, the chaotic purple imperial city gradually calmed down. After the battle, the realm of innocence had been turned upside down. The majestic purple imperial city had also been reduced to ruins at this moment. At a glance, only a few buildings were still stubbornly standing there. The tribulation clouds that had gathered in the sky above the back mountain of the purple royal city had also quietly dispersed. However, the sky was still dark and filled with floating particles. Buzz, the dense purple light, was like a disintegrating star. The huge Nirvana demon spirit quickly shrunk. Then, a young figure exuding the aura of a king flashed through the void. Big Brother Chu Hen, Yi Yao, and the Yin-Yang beast Noni dragged their injured bodies over. Chu Hen looked up and nodded slightly. Chu Hen's purple flame clone had brought Long Xuanchuang back. Long Xuanchuang had already fallen unconscious, but her aura had stabilized. Looking at the cold, elegant, and pale face, a faint sense of relief flashed through Chu Hen's eyes. "I've finally managed to keep you here." After that, he strode towards the ruins of Violet Imperial City. Inside the city, silence reigned. The Demon Eye Saint clan members were covered in blood, their eyes as red as wild beasts. Without exception, all the Thunder Sacred Tribe invaders had been turned into corpses. Some didn't even have a corpse left. They'd gone from invaders to slaughtered. They'd come with the ambition to eradicate the Demon Eye Saint clan, but they'd all been buried in the realm of innocence. The Thunder Sacred Tribe's fate had changed in an instant. They'd successfully defended against the invaders. However, the Demon Eye Saint clan members didn't feel any joy after their victory. Everyone's mood was extremely heavy. The air was filled with sadness. In the center of a half-collapsed plaza, Li Wushang, Rao Feilwan, Li Kuan, and the others looked up, as if that would stop their tears from flowing. In front of everyone, the thin old man closed his eyes peacefully. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his expression was peaceful, as if he'd never felt so comfortable before. Under everyone's sorrowful gaze, Chu Hen walked up to the fourth elder. This old man had been the pillar of the Demon Eye Saint clan his entire life. His figure was unbelievably hunched. He looked so thin and frail that he couldn't even withstand a gust of wind. He'd used his short and frail shoulders to keep the Demon Eye Saint clan, which had been on the verge of collapse, alive until now. Even in the last moments of his life, he hadn't retreated. But he'd closed his eyes with a smile. Wherever those eyes looked was where the Demon Eye Saint clan's will was. This was the legacy of the Demon Eye Saint clan's will. Chu Hen pursed his lips and said softly, "Have a good rest. I'll carry your will and let the Demon Eye Saint clan rise again. The will of the Demon Eye Saint clan is with you. Have a good rest." That's right. This old man was already very tired. A cold wind blew past, and the leaves fell like butterflies. Li Wushang, Rao Feilwan, Li Kuan, and the other Demon Eye Saint clan members all looked up. The blurry vision of the sky became clear, and then magnified infinitely. The will of the Demon Eye Saint clan is with you. This day had come very suddenly, but it also seemed like it was destined. The fourth elder seemed to have already predicted this outcome. However, it was gratifying to know that he closed his eyes with hope in his heart. He really had to have a good rest, silently reminiscing. But it was also so heavy. The Demon Eye Saint clan members gradually calmed down. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in everyone's ears. "You can still fight." What? Everyone was shocked. Li Wushang, Rao Feilwan, Li Kuan, and the others all stared at the slightly thin young figure in front of them in shock. A formless and majestic aura made the air flow faster. Chu Hen slowly turned around and raised his eyes. An emperor's aura emanated from him, causing people to involuntarily want to submit to him. Screech, an impassioned air wave, spread out. 9 black dots in the depths of his purple eyes were like stars rotating in the universe, emitting a shocking might. "You want to?" Rao Feilwan frowned slightly. A powerful king's aura flowed out, and Chu Hen was like a returning monarch. "It's time to announce to the world that the Demon Eye Saint clan is officially back." The clouds in the sky parted, and a pair of ancient demon gods' 9-star purple eyes looked down at the universe in the distant sky. This pair of eyes carried the limitless future.